everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well, and it's so great to see that other people are also excited for Vampire Yuri. Welcome in, J Chain. Congratulations on redeeming first, and welcome in, Gizmo and Overlord and Deer. How are you guys? As y'all know, I've been in a very, a very vampire time of my life. The past I say I've been in a very vampire time in my life over the past couple of years, but I think it's time we admit that that is just kind of my default state. Um, anyway, we are starting a new visual novel today called Cage of Roses. It's, I, before I lie to you guys, let me double check. let me double check. Yeah, it's put out by the same like publisher that put out A Date with Death. I don't know if it's the exact same team, but I really liked A Date with Death, so I'm pretty sure Cage of Roses is gonna be good. How are things? Waiting for Goody Two Shoes to download. Love the outfit. Thank you. I was feeling in a very vampire mood today. We are definitely playing Goody Two Shoes after we finish Cage of Roses. Cage of Roses is not a very long game. It'll take us. We're not finishing it tonight, probably. It'll take us probably 2 to 3 streams to play this, and then we can Goody Two Shoes. I'm so excited. Been in the vampire period of your life for the past 27 years, I think. Yeah, I would say so. I don't think I knew what a vampire was when I was a baby, so. So 27 years is pretty accurate. Honestly, I couldn't tell you the first time I had, like, consumed vampire content. I really couldn't tell you. I just know Twilight was the first one to truly alter my brain chemistry, and then it just was downhill or uphill from there, depending on who you ask. Welcome in, Nico. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Anyway, I don't think I have a ton of things to start or to say before we start the game. So I you know, I don't think there were any content warnings on the Steam page. Sometimes I forget it's kind of my responsibility to see if there is any content warnings. This should be fine. Sesame Street was my first vampire. You're so right. How could I forget about the Count? The OG vampire. That was probably the first vampire I encountered in my life as well. And I'm sure there was vampire-esque Scooby-Doo things. I know there was that, like, one Scooby-Doo movie that I used to be kind of obsessed with, where it was just Shaggy and the Ghoul School. I don't know why that hit so much for me, but it did. Can't remember a lot about it other than the fact that I loved it. Anyway, I should watch it again. Okay. Let's go ahead. I can turn the music on now. This is one of those games where the music plays even when you're not tapped into it, which is great. I like that. But it does mean I have to turn the sound off during my starting student screen. I think that's a comfortable volume. Also, Nico, I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. I genuinely don't remember if I acknowledged your message. I'm doing pretty good myself. Actually, shut up. I did have something to say. Slay with that fit, let's go vampires. Thank you, Overlord. When I was getting ready for stream, I have a big window in my room that looks out on the backyard, and there were 4 cats just hanging out, playing in our backyard. Dingy was on the back porch watching them, and it was like a mama cat and 3 kittens, total of 4. And I thought you guys might want to know that. We set out so there's some wet food that we got for Dingy that he loved for a while, but I think he's allergic to it because it started making him throw up. So we set some outside, and hopefully the cats are not afraid of us. Maybe they'll hang around more. Okay. That's what I needed to share with you guys before we started the game. Okay. I think we're ready to get started. I think we're playing as a pre-established character, by the way. Yes, we are. Okay. Don't ever worry about it. Sometimes when I'm reading chat, and I don't know if, I'm sure you guys have noticed when I reread messages before, it's like, I read it, I acknowledge it, and then it completely leaves my brain sometimes. 4 cats, they did not start singing. It was really cool though, because I don't think Dingy has really been around other animals that much, other than my parents' dog. So he always loves to see when there's like other cats in the backyard. 'Cause there's a couple of, I say stray cats, they're like semi-stray cats because they actually belong to someone who lives down the street, but they're outdoor cats and basically live like stray. I think I need to adjust some of the sound. I think the sound volume needs to come down a lot. Sorry. Okay. Let's lock in and start reading. I'm pretty sure this is pronounced Mieke, by the way. So we're gonna go with that. Faster, Mieke, faster. You have to keep moving or else. Oh god, they're gaining on us. Mieke ran through the forest as quickly as her legs would carry her, which, given how exhausted she felt, was not very. She tried to obey Henny's orders, fearful both of letting her friend down and of the shadowy figures who pursued them, but her body refused to listen. Her legs felt numb and insensible, as unfeeling as marble, but far, far weaker. It was through nothing save sheer force of will that she was able to keep going, for all her strength had already abandoned her. Though Mieke continued to run, staggering blindly through the fog, she feared it was already a lost cause. She was but a young woman, slender and, while not so very short, quite unaccustomed to exerting herself. She was not like Henny, who spent her days on her hands and knees, polishing the floors and blacking the fireplaces. Mieke's fingers were white as ivory, while Henny's were red raw through demeaning, demanding, often physical labor. Not us being not a Nepo baby. I can't think of the exact word I'm thinking of right now, but that, like, we're just that Victorian nobleman kind of vibe. Mieke's lungs, meanwhile, were straining from the agonizing effort of running. Never before had she known that the act of merely existing could be so exhausting. Mieke, please, you need to hurry. Quickly, Mieke. Henny reached back to take hold of Mieke's hand, her coarse, short fingernails digging into Mieke's palm. Henny was gripping so tightly it hurt, but Mieke knew, should she lag behind, she would find herself in a far greater pain than this. Mieke recalled how her father had looked back in their carriage, his eyes wide and his face unusually pale. A debutante? Maybe. That might... Actually, debutante, not Dante. I'm lucky I'm alive now and not back when debutantes were a thing and I would have had to know how to say it. Anyway. Mieke had never seen her father look so scared before. He was a tall, imposing figure of a man, dashing even in his early 50s, who was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. Mieke had thought her father immovable, much like the oak tree which shielded her family's mausoleum, a tree which had stood there for longer than the crypt itself. To Mieke, her father had seemed like a force of nature, one which was impossible to argue with or get the better of. This supposition... Okay, I don't think I've encountered that word very often before. This supposition had been turned on its head earlier that night, however, in a mere handful of minutes. For all of his bluster, Mieke's father was only human. He was made of flesh and blood, just like Mieke, and when cut, he bled. He had bled a lot, in fact, all over the plush, upholstered seats of their carriage and onto the floor. His fine clothes had been stained black with the stuff, and the air had stunk of it, sharp and metallic. Mieke could smell her father's blood on her even now, as she and Henny raced through the forest. She couldn't forget it, however much she wished to. Oh, if only the events of that night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Mieke wished that the fog would clear and she would awake, her eyelids fluttering, to discover herself sitting once more in her bed, in her home, the room flooded with pale sunlight. Mieke! But Mieke's surroundings did not shift. The trees continued to press in about her as though they meant to eat her alive. Their shadowy pursuers were beginning to close in on them. Mieke knew I shouldn't be laughing. I'm just excited to meet the shadowy pursuers. Mieke knew she had no hope of outrunning them. She was flagging, her heart hammering in the base of her throat. What would happen when Mieke was not so optimistic to hope for an if they caught her? What would they do to Henny? The thought was almost more than Mieke could bear. It had been bad enough to lose her parents, but to lose Henny too? Why? She had done nothing wrong. Unlike Mieke, Henny was no lady. She was just a maid. She was only being targeted because of her relationship to Mieke and the family. Had Henny been traveling alone, she would have passed through the forest quite unscathed. It wasn't as though Henny had any valuables upon her person that were worth the effort of pilfering. Henny! Mieke appealed to her maid between sharp gasps of air, which pierced her lungs as keenly as knitting needles. Not blood on the seats. It's gonna take a lot of Tide Pods to wash those out. I regret to inform you, J-Train, I don't think Tide Pods exist yet. I don't think that's an option for them. Please, let's go. Or please let go. Leave me be. I'm just slowing you down. I don't care. I'm not leaving you behind. But there aren't any buts. I told you, I won't leave you. Now let's keep running. Mieke wanted to run. She really did. But her body had already begun to give in. Her heart might have been pumping fit. Her heart might have been pumping fit to burst at the base of her throat, but her legs were weak despite the excess blood which filled her, and her hand and Henny's felt cold and clammy. She had exhausted all of her energy simply in escaping from the carriage where her parents' bodies lay. Now she would die, only a few hundred paces away from their final resting place. Would her mutilated carcass be discovered in the days hence and taken back to her family's home? Would she and her parents be embalmed and sealed away within their mausoleum? Mieke did not much like this thought. Her family's mausoleum was a terrifying place, full of somber stone angels and spiderwebs. It was quiet, being situated among tall trees, but its quietude was not at all relaxing. Thought Tide Pods were Mieke's favorite food? They said so on the walkthrough in this game on GameFAQs. Oh, my bad. Maybe our hot vampire girlfriend will create Tide Pods, and then it'll become Mieke's favorite food. Its quiet was the deep, fathomless silence of death. Mieke did not want to die. She knew not how she would continue to live on, with both her parents slaughtered before her very eyes, but she did not want to succumb as they had, in this forest full of fog. She wanted to go on living, for her sake, and for Henny's, though not necessarily for Walter's. Who the fuck is Walter? God, they're getting closer. We need to keep running. Come on, Mieke. But like the guttering flame of a candle, the last of her energy had been expended. Mieke's foot caught in a tangled tree root, which jutted from the ground like a bear trap, and she fell. Her hand, which was slick with sweat, slipped free from Henny's. She reached out, searching for her loyal maid through the fog, but to little avail. Mieke! Henny's voice echoed in Mieke's ears, shrill and frantic. Mieke's heart juddered in her chest, hard as though meaning to stop altogether, but it did little good. Her head smacked against the ground with a dull, anticlimactic thud. Mieke's teeth bit against her tongue. She tasted copper. Her vision swam. Mieke! Oh god, Mieke, get up! Please get up! Damn, died already? Crazy. Walter White, maybe? She's not as big of a fan of Heisenberg as some people are. Maybe. This could be true. And then everything went black. Right. Act 1, the night that never ended. Okay, great. Rest in peace to Mieke. Anyway, I hope Henny didn't die. What? Mieke was greeted upon waking by a dull, crushing pain that gripped her skull like a vice. A brackish taste akin to pond water filled her mouth, and with one hand clasped to her head, she coughed. Miyake's body shuddered and her lungs burned. It took a minute before her coughing fit subsided, but once it did, Miyake began to glance uneasily around her surroundings. She hoped that her immediate surroundings might shed some light upon her predicament, but her hopes were in vain. Miyake had no idea where she was. Kidnapped and arrested is crazy. The floor upon which she was sitting, but why was she sitting on the floor of all things, was made of stone, which felt hard and cold and uncompromising. The walls, too, were made of stone, as was the ceiling, which felt very far away. She's in a 2012 Minecraft build. This is so sad. A wooden cot was pushed up close against one of the walls, but it was so steeped in shadows Miyake could scarcely make it out. There was a chamber pot lying by the cot, which she did not care to examine too closely, but its rim and sides were stained with caked-on filth. A truly unpleasant odor exuded from the chamber pot, which made Miyake's eyes sting. It was fortunate that she had no immediate desire to relieve herself, for she had no wish to use this commode. A quick examination of the room, though really it was more like a cell, showed Miyake that, save for the cot and the chamber pot, it was utterly desolate. There was no other furniture to be seen, no shelves, nor cupboards, nor even a proper bed. There was no mirror either, so Miyake could not see herself, but perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. The ceiling was made of Laffy Taffy. Guys, I don't know what has changed. I used to love banana flavored Laffy Taffy, and now, every time I get one, guys, it tastes awful. It tastes like nothing and chemical and like kind of makes my stomach hurt. And I'm so sad because I know I used to love it, so I don't know if something has changed or if I have changed. Anyway, that's my little Laffy Taffy tangent. Miyake doubted she would be at her best given she was in so much pain, and she was so very exhausted. She was so cold she could feel goosebumps rippling across her flesh, and her teeth were chattering badly. Miyake wound her arms around her middle and shivered sadly. It was not only the chamber pot that stunk, the very air itself was rank, heavy with the stench of unwashed bodies and general decay. This room, no, she was sure that this was a cell, reeked of death. We're gonna die in this house. How had she come to such a place? What had happened to her? Miyake could remember sitting alongside her mother and father in the carriage, as it bore them through the forest, and then, there, at this most pivotal of moments, her memories failed her. Miyake could recall nothing else. Had her parents been there, they would have given her instructions. They always seemed to know what Miyake ought to be doing at any given time. But they were not there. And neither was Henny. Miyake was all alone. Henny had been with her. Miyake was certain before. Before what? Why could she not remember anything? Oh, Miyake thought sorrowfully. If only she was made of stone, then perhaps her head would not hurt so much. It really did feel that her skull might explode. Not from the pain, though the pain still remained, but from raw, unbridled fear. Miyake had often dreamed of stealing away from her parents' home to embark upon a brand new life, unfettered by expectations. But she had never wished for this. Tears began to trickle down Miyake's cheeks in crystalline droplets. They scored tracks in the dirt which caked her cheeks and dropped, one by one, to the floor. Her head bowed, fingers splayed against the stones. Miyake sobbed, and she sobbed until... What's going on? A soft voice spoke from amongst the teeming shadows. Miyake could not see the speaker. She could scarcely see at all, given the darkness, and now her own tears, but she recognized its familiar cadences. The voice belonged to Henny. Thank God Henny's okay. Hope somebody brings Miyake a clean chamber pot. Truly, why are we leaving the dirty ones in the cell? That cannot... Now, I realize, historically, this is giving vaguely European. Historically, the Europeans have not been very clean people. But, like, I don't know. That kind of feels like common sense. I don't know if they knew this, but I know this now, so I'm gonna share it with you guys. But, that's how you can get, like, bugs and stuff, because I know when you have, like, a baby, you want to keep the trash rotating and not, like, let diapers sit for a while, because, and I'm sorry if this is gross, but I don't know if it's fleas or another kind of bug where you're like, maybe it's just gnats, I don't know. My mom told me this a long time ago. There's some little nasty fuck-ass bug, right? And their eggs, I guess, are really microscopic or some shit like that. So they kind of end up in our digestive system and can grow. I don't know. My mom has said that you don't want to let the diaper stick around because then you'll get bugs. Because it, like, hatches in the shit, literally. Surely, I mean, I know it's a prison cell, but surely we keep these cleaner. I think I'm expecting too much. Miyake's dear friend was here too, in this stone cell which smelt of death. And though Miyake feared for Henny, she could feel relief bubbling up inside of her. She was not alone after all. Henny? Miyake crawled forth on her hands and knees, being too exhausted to stand, and stared into the shadows. Henny, is that you? Miyake? A shaft of moonlight spilled through the singular barred window, hewn high into the wall of their cell, and finally, Miyake was afforded a view of her maid. Though christened Henrique? Henriette? I don't know. Miyake had always called her beloved maid Henny. It seemed a more appropriate name for so cheery a woman, for Henny, come rain or shine, was rarely seen without a smile. Henny was not smiling now, however. She was sitting upon the wooden cot which Miyake had first spied, her head bent. Henny's face looked woefully weary, and it had lost much of its usual pinkness. Her apron, once white, now stained and sullied with dirt. Henny's shoes had been black and sensible, but now they were mired with filth, and her socks were rucked up around her ankles. Henny's hands, which she held at her front, were trembling like those of a woman thrice her age. Easier to pronounce, too. Yeah, it is. Although, to be fair, let me see, because I know this game had another, like, language option. So, depending on what it was first in, because I know that, Japanese is a lot more phonetic than English. And... oh, no, it was just originally made in English. I don't know why. English and, that might actually be Chinese. I don't know. Okay, well, and then if it was originally in English, Henny is definitely easier to say. Easier to pronounce. I feel like with some vowels, I get very tripped up on how they're supposed to be pronounced in specific words. Henny's full name is one of those words. Henny's hair might have been a mess, but at least she kept it short. There was not so very much of Henny's dark tresses to be worked into a state of disorder. Miyake's own hair, meanwhile, was very long and curly, and though she had worn it in a chingnan? I don't know what that is. She could now feel it straggling loosely about her shoulders. What is that? That's gotta be some sort of, like, hair accessory or hat. Or, like, I don't know. I'm gonna look this up. We're gonna learn together. Oh, it's a hairstyle where the hair is twisted or pinned into a bun at the nape of a neck. Or the neck, not just any neck. I didn't know that's what that was called. I also just didn't know it had a name. Cool. Okay, we're learning today. The back of her neck prickled, either from the cold or from a dislodged hairpin or two. Perhaps that was why Henny stared at Mieke so. Once she had regained her own sense of equilibrium, as though she had seen a ghost. My god, Mieke! Henny looked so alarmed, Mieke felt almost ashamed. Mieke was no stranger to shame. She felt it frequently, in fact, when she was with her mother, but it rarely raised its ugly head in Henny's presence. Since Mieke's girlhood, Henny had been her one I should have kept reading so it would have made more sense. Henny had been her one staunch, steadfast companion. She was the only person Mieke knew who took Mieke for who she was, rather than wishing, often aloud to her face, that she could be more appreciative, more amenable, more effusive, more like a lady and less like herself. Henny didn't want Mieke to be more. She only wanted Mieke to be Mieke. Did that mean, then, that Mieke did not look like Mieke in that moment? But who else did she resemble, if not herself? What had happened to her? Are you alright, Mieke? Oh, look at your poor face. Henny rose from the wooden cot, which creaked, and crouched before her friend. Reaching out, still shaking, she cupped Mieke's cheeks in her fingers and said, "You're bleeding." Okay. If I could get this to... We'll just have it over here. Okay. I've realized I don't actually need to be clicking the screen. I can use my keyboard. And now my bright-ass teal mouse isn't ruining the aesthetic. You're bleeding. I am? Yes. You have a nasty cut beneath your right eye and your cheek. Henny sucked in a breath, her expression grim. It's all banged up. You're positively black and blue. Oh, I hadn't realized. I'm sorry, Henny. What? Henny, who had procured a handkerchief from her skirt pocket, it fortunately wasn't dirty, paused in her dabbing at Mieke's face to look at her with bemusement. Why are you apologizing to me, you daft goose? You've done nothing to feel sorry for. I don't know. I'm just sorry for making you worry, I suppose. Oh, think not of it. It's my job to worry about you. I'm your maid, remember? Well, of course I remember that much. My thoughts might be in a state of disarray for the present, but I would never forget you. You're much more than my maid, Henny. You're my friend. My dearest friend. Y'all think Mieke might have been in love with Henny? And I could very well say the same about you. That's why it hurts seeing you in such a frightful state. Do I look so very bad? Well, now. Henny scanned Mieke's face, her brown eyes now bright with mischief. That depends on how honest you want me to be. Oh dear. Do I look as bad as all that? You've certainly looked better. Your face is as banged up as a windfall apple. An apple? Mieke shook her head in wonderment. I only hope that the apple isn't riddled with worms. I don't think you've anything to worry about on that score, at least. Definitely a connection there, yeah. Love that for her. Well, that is a relief. I suppose things could always be worse. Right you are. That's the spirit. You're still alive, and so am I. And we're together. That ought to count for something, although... Henny finished wiping the worst of the congealed blood and muck from Mieke's cheek, then drew back her soiled seeing handkerchief without, like, the beginning of it always throws me for a loop. Grips tight in her hand. Her expression, newly dour, she said after a moment's pause. Just got back here after not seeing the start to catch them talking about apples. Welcome in, Picky Pick. Basically, our maid was telling us that we looked like an apple that had been beaten up a little bit. I am afraid that your parents mightn't have been so fortunate. What? Miyake's heart leapt in her chest at this somber announcement. What happened to them, Henny? Do you know what's going on? You don't? I recall that we were traveling to Augsburg to visit my fiancé. Walter must be her fiancé. But as for how we came here... Miyake closed her eyes in the hope of remembering something. But again, nothing came. Her mind remained stubbornly blank, as featureless as a snowy field, all flora blanketed in untrammeled whiteness. I'm afraid I cannot remember. Not a single thing? Nothing. I see. Henny grit her teeth together for a few moments, her eyes dark. She seemed to be weighing up her words, as a baker might measure out flour and sugar before speaking. That's not such a surprise, I suppose. You hit your head pretty hard back there. It might be for the best that you can't remember all of the gory details. I wish I could forget what happened myself, but... Henny's voice trailed away as, awkwardly, she gripped her kerchief. That kerchief had been the only clean thing in Miyake and Henny's cell, but now it, too, was ruined, streaked with brown and red. How deep was the cut that Miyake had sustained, and how much had she bled? This, too, remained a mystery. Miyake did not know. There seemed much, all of a sudden, she was ignorant of. She felt so very unworldly. She might as well have been a little girl again, enthused after she had successfully stolen the key to her family's mausoleum. Miyake had not known, as she stood in the chill entrance of the mausoleum, that she was about to lower herself into a subterranean world of death and decay, though part of her had wondered. Henny? Miyake took Henny's hand in her own, her cracked fingernails digging into her skin. What happened? Tell me, please, I want to know. Yes, I thought you might. That does make things a mite complicated, though. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Just promise you won't take against me for what I'm about to tell you. I've gone through a lot tonight already, and that would be the straw to break the camel's back. Henny, please, you should know that this is a trivial concern. I'm fully aware that none of this is your fault. You have only ever sought to protect me. I have no better friend than you, not in all the world. And it's precisely because I want to protect you that I don't want to go into all of this. I know it'll upset you. Christ. It upsets me too. It's an upsetting situation all around. It's rotten, really, what people are capable of, but... Henny paused. She sucked in a breath, then, in a calmer tone, she said, Just how much do you want to know? How much is there to know? Oh, I remember everything. I'll always remember tonight, I expect. It made quite the impression. Horrible things always do. Oh dear, are things truly that dire? They're pretty bad, yes. Give me an abridged account, then. I've no need to hear everything. Right you are. Henny bowed her head in acquiescence, her face half swallowed by the shadows. The beam of light which had penetrated their drab cell had long since been extinguished, the moon obscured beneath the rolling fog. It was so cold in their cell, Miyake could not cease her shivers. Even her teeth felt cold, like the shards of ice implanted into her gums. Henny's proximity served as something of a comfort, but it could not rid Miyake of her trepidation. She knew once Henny relayed the past events to her, her life would no longer be the same. Everything would change. It was changing already, in fact, so quickly that Miyake hardly had a chance to gather her bearings. She felt lost, adrift, and hopelessly afraid. I'm sorry to tell you this, Miyake, but during our travels, the carriage, it was attacked by bandits. What? No! Yes, they came creeping out from the fog like, I don't know, monsters from a children's story, maybe? But much scarier. They waylaid the carriage, then stormed it. They drew out their daggers and threatened your father, and when he refused to comply, well, Henny's expression was twisted. They stabbed him. What? Mieke stared. She had expected as much before Henny began her gruesome tale, but the news still shook her. Evidently, she had not been half so prepared to hear the worst as she had imagined. Oh God, not my papa. My poor papa. Don't tell me he didn't. I'm sorry, but... Henny sniffed. It's as you're probably suspecting. His wound was a deep one, and he died. Dead? My papa dead? Dead as a doornail, I'm afraid. I didn't hang around to see what happened, but, well, it was all over so quickly I don't think he suffered, at least. And my mama? What of her? Oh, I guess if it's papa, we have to say mama as well. Is that how... is that how they did this? Okay. What of her? Don't tell me she also... Henny didn't reply, but the discomfort which crossed her face left Mieke with no doubts as to her mother's fate. In one brief night, both of Mieke's parents had been slaughtered. Now she was an orphan. And what of us, Henny? How did we escape? I find it hard to believe the bandits would just let us go. Oh, mother, dearest, motherest dear. You know, that's what we should have been saying over Lord Issa, right? Mama sounds right. I think it's so funny. Almost every time I see, like, Papa spelled out, it's either supposed to be done in, like, the most rural instances. It always has some sort of accent in my head. But Mama is just like a word. It's just a word. But also, we have the context of this being, like, rich Europeans, so it has to be papa, you know? That's how... I don't know where I got that from. I don't know, I genuinely cannot remember right now. It was some sort of movie. I'm sure of it. It's like, part of me wants to say, not to bring up Harry Potter on main, part of me wants to say, maybe that's how Draco Malfoy talked about his dad, but I think he just said father. So I truly don't know. Okay, Henny, how did we get here? Oh, I'm sure we would have joined your parents if we'd sat still like good little girls, but I didn't want to do that. I took your hand while they were busy with your mother, and we ran away. We fled through the woods, but the bandits took chase darn quick. Henny, you can curse in this situation. It is fine, girl. It was very dark, and the fog was thick. I could hardly see what was happening. At one point, you tripped and you fell. That's how you got that nasty cut on your poor forehead. And I was dragged down with you. We lay there on the ground in the dirt while the bandits tramped about looking for us. I figured we were both a couple of goners. I'd started to say my prayers to the Lord Almighty, but then... We survived? Yes, we survived. This, Mieke supposed, was not such a surprise. It went without saying, really, that they had survived. Otherwise, they would not have been sitting here in this ghastly cell speaking to one another. Either the bandits had spared them, which seemed unlikely, or somebody had come to their defense. Who would have been wandering the woods so very late at night, however? Mieke could hardly credit it. Their escape must have been the stuff that fantasies were made of. Do you know how we escaped, Henny? I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes can be I know what my eyes saw, but if my eyes can be trusted or not, well, that's another matter altogether. I think I might have bumped my head myself. It was all so peculiar. At the time, it seemed like a miracle. But looking back on it, that ain't the right word. Miracles suggest God and all his angels, but there was not Holy Spirits about this. It was a right proper mess, really. A total bloodbath. Blood? Yes, there was blood, and lots of it. It's hard for me to explain, but alls I know is, one moment we were sprawled upon the dirt, you unconscious, I half out of my mind with fright as the bandits approached. And the next, they were gone. Gone? But where? And how? Did they run away? Not necessarily. Not of their own free will. The fog parted, you see, and then this figure. This woman. She appeared so quick it was like she'd sprung up from the earth. She wasn't very tall. I don't think she was, at least. And she was very skinny, but the way she looked, the way she moved, there was something unnatural about her. I didn't get a very good look at what happened next, but I saw her go after those bandits. I think there were at least 4 of them, but that woman soon took care of them. There was so much blood and a lot of mud. It stunk to high heaven, it did. Brought tears to my eyes. That woman, though, the woman in white, she didn't seem fussed at all. She stood there once she had finished, beneath the moon, like nothing had happened. And then Henny pressed her fingers to her brow and, overwhelmed, shook her head. I don't remember anything after that. I think I must have fainted. When I finally woke up, I found myself here. It was your crying that woke me up. I've never been able to rest easy while you're in tears, Miyake. Yes, I know you've always been so good and so kind. Thank you, Henny. Miyake chanced to smile, though the muscles about her mouth felt atrophied, worn away following the news of her parents' demise. I've no idea what I would do without you. Sounds like you saved me. From the bandits, I suppose I did. But I wasn't much use when you took that nasty spill. There's no way I would have been able to carry you to safety, not when we were all turned about in the woods and I'd no idea where we were. I think I scraped my own shin, too. My ankle aches. We'd have been goners if that woman hadn't appeared. But now that I'm talking about it, it doesn't sound real. I can't think of any woman who would be able to beat 4 men in a test of strength, not even your own Mademoiselle Blanchard. Miyake's smile widened at this, despite the severity of their situation, and she was even able to manage a laugh. It was a weak laugh, which contained little in the way of mirth, but it was sincere. Henny never failed to cheer her up. She must have had a knack for it. Miyake was too old to believe in magic, but when she was with Henny, she sometimes wondered, are you sure it was a woman who fended off those bandits? Perhaps it was some sort of animal instead and you failed to perceive it in the fog. That could be it. Like I said, my mind's a mess. I feel I've lost a good 10 years off of my life. Although... Here, Henny smiled grimly, in the manner of all survivors after witnessing something horrid. That's better than having it cut short altogether. We must be thankful for small mercies, yes, even if our lives were saved at my parents' expense. Miyake squeezed her eyes shut. She could feel tears beating upon her lashes anew, but this time, she was able to subdue them. The news of her parents' death was a heavy burden to bear, but Miyake, not having witnessed their final moments, found it hard to imagine. It still did not seem quite real. The shock of it all, perhaps, had blunted her senses. It would take a while for her parents' passing to truly register. When it did, however, Miyake did not doubt the tears would come, thicker and faster than before. It had not always been so, but her childhood misadventures in her family's crypt had left her something of a crybaby. Now then, Miyake inhaled, then glanced out. Where do you suppose we are, and how do you suppose we got here? That's a good question. I've been wondering that myself. It's not the nicest of digs, is it? Not particularly, no. It's awfully drab, and it's damp, too. I'm freezing. You poor thing. Oh, you poor thing, you. Come here. Henny shifted closer to Miyake, then drew her arms about her, holding her close. She then glanced about. Both maid and mistress squinted into the shadows as though they might unearth some secret way of escaping. A trapdoor, perhaps, or a hidden passageway. But to Miyake's disappointment, she found the cell quite unchanged. It was every bit as sparse as she recalled. The shadows did little to mask this fact, and still it stank. Goodness me, it's not much to look at, is it? We might as well be in a prison cell. I think that might be what this is. Henny drew back from Miyake, her legs crossed beneath her upon the stone floor, and frowned. I reckon you're right. I wonder who brought us here. You and me both. It was nice of our mysterious benefactor, or benefactress, to rescue us, though they can't be all that kind if they're going to let us suffer in here. You didn't think they could at least have put us up in a nicer room? I'm not expecting first-class accommodations, but you deserve better than this, Miyake. This place isn't fit for rats, let alone people. It's alright. Are you being serious? Henny raised an eyebrow while Miyake smiled. It's better than being dead, at least, even if these lodgings are a mite uncomfortable. Only a mite? Well, quite a bit, if I'm being honest. Miyake drew her arms about her legs, but her knees beneath her chin, and said, When I woke up, I was lying on the floor. On the floor? Henny's eyebrows shot up her forehead until they met her hairline. The gesture was so exaggerated that it managed to bring another smile to Miyake's lips, despite how very dire their situation was. Suppose it makes sense there being only one bed, but oh, this is too much. I can't believe they'd fling you about like a sack of spuds. Many unbelievable things have happened tonight. Our benefactor must have been bucking the trend. Some benefactor? When I get my hands on them, I'll give them what for. Don't, Henny. It wouldn't do to pick a fight with whomever brought us here. I wouldn't want to anger them, not when we're at their mercy, and we're literally already in jail. So... Why? But that makes us sound like captives. Is that not what we are? This is a cell, after all, and we have no means of escaping. We're being treated like prisoners. I know, but it still stings. I don't care about me. I don't want to see you being treated like a convict, not when you've been through so much. You've been through worse. At least I don't remember what happened, unlike you. And you're the one who'll be saddled with the consequences. Poor Miyake. It was your parents, not mine, who were... well... I don't expect there's much point trying to suss out who's suffering more than who. As it stands, we're both in this together. I won't abandon you, Miyake, so try not to worry. Keep your chin up. We'll get through this. Thank you, Henny. I almost believe it coming from you. I know we're playing this game for Vampire Yuri, but why is it making me root for Miyake and Henny? You should. I don't say things I don't mean, you know? Now, let's see. Maybe things aren't as dire as they look. There could be a way to escape yet. Henny rose to her feet, though unsteadily, and did a circuit of the cell. The shadows made it seem larger than it was, for they obscured the walls, but it did not take Henny many steps to canvass the full length of the dingy room. She pressed her fingertips to the walls, then her ear, as though the stonework might whisper their weaknesses to her. But the walls, of course, remained mute. Henny then took the bars between her fingers and squeezed experimentally, but they refused to yield. Oh, come on! Frustrated, Henny gave the bars a kick. The tip of her shoe collided with them, losing clods of dirt from her soles, but... damn it all! The bars refused to budge. They were quite impenetrable. Sighing, Henny changed tack. She moved from the door to glance up at the window, but this was similarly barred, too high up to reach, and much too small to squeeze through. It almost seemed like a miracle that such a small window allowed any moonlight at all to spill into the cell, when the clouds and the fog shifted. And? Miyake asked, when a disenchanted Henny flopped back down beside her with a rustle of her skirts. Did you uncover anything? Not all, except we're more trapped than I thought. I thought you might have come to that conclusion, yes. God. Henny kicked off her right shoe, then began to massage her feet, which had begun to throb. This is a rum situation. I wonder what we're to do. I don't think there is much we can do other than wait. Suppose you're right. Can't say I like the thought of that, though. We're sitting ducks here. I feel we ought to be taking some kind of action. Henny looked about the cell once more, then sighed. But I'm drawing a blank here. I can't think of anything we could do. I'm sorry for being so hopeless, Miyake. I meant to look after you, but I'm a total loss. Don't apologize, dear Henny. I feel better simply being with you. That's something, at least. I wish I could be of some real use, though. You are of real use. Without you, I'd be an unconscionable mess, weeping on the floor. Well, we can't have that. Breaks my heart to see you cry. Much as it breaks mine to see you self-flagellate so, over something that is not your fault. Touché. Now that we're well and truly stuck here, I suppose we ought to make the best of it, although I've had a bad feeling about this place. It gives me the creeps. I don't know who imprisoned us here, or what cause, but they've no manners to speak of. Why, it's almost as if... Henny began, but she found herself unable to finish this sentence. A sound issued forth from darkness, emitting from beyond their tightly sealed cell. It was a faint sound, but Henny still heard it, hovering in the sour and musty air. It sounded like a scream. Good God! What in the world was that? I suppose that was just the wind? Do you really think so? Yes, I imagine. Miyake answered in the affirmative, though deep down both she and Henny knew the truth. That had not been the wind. It had been too raw, too pained, and, though faint, unmistakably human. Rest in peace to whoever just died, I guess. With no obvious way of escape and very little to do, Miyake and Henny had no choice but to idle their time away. They sat upon the floor together with their legs folded primly, like two little girls conducting a make-believe tea party. Henny had, at first, balked at the thought of her mistress sitting on the stone like a plebeian, but Miyake's dress was already so dirty it didn't matter. The two women did not, however, abandon themselves to inertia. Henny knew they had to do something to take their minds off their ghastly predicament. Fortunately, Henny was not empty-handed. She had in her pocket, alongside the kerchief she used to wipe Miyake's cheek, a pack of cards. These cards were worn and bent at the corners, but they remained perfectly functional. For want of a better way to use their time, Henny proposed to Miyake a game of Joker, a game which Miyake agreed to. The two women played several rounds of Joker, examining their decks and dispensing of cards. The game did not require a great degree of tactical thinking, but it helped alleviate some of Miyake's worries. It could not, alas, alleviate the cold. Speaking of the cold, I need to turn my space heater on. It got very cold in my room since I started stream. I will be back in just a second. Okay, I have my heater on. I had it on earlier today, but then it got too warm. But I guess now that the sun has gone down, it's getting cold again. Or colder than it was. I don't know. Maybe I'm just cold. Okay. It could not, alas, alleviate the cold, but Miyake had been shivering for so long she had almost grown accustomed to it. She had been in the dank, miserable cell for so long she could scarcely remember how it even felt to be warm. Literally never turned the heater in my apartment on. We don't keep the house heat on very warm normally, and I prefer it that way because it doesn't matter how cold it actually is, I will get hot at night. So I do like for things to be a bit cooler. But a little space heater does wonders, truly. Like, I think within the next, 10 to 20 minutes, my room is going to be very warm. I shouldn't be bragging while Miyake and Henny are stuck in this cold cell. Rest in peace to them. Had her journey to Augsburg continued unimpeded, she would now be sitting by the fire in Walter Gerhardt's living room, or else tucked up in one of his many guest bedrooms with a warming pan at her feet. Walter is her fiance. Imagine being engaged to somebody named Walter. I don't think I've ever met anyone named Walter, so it's such a like old man name to me. It could be 0 degrees and I would still have the fan on at night. I'm not that bad. My brother is that bad, but I think my brother likes to have the fan on for noise and like just air circulation. I don't know. I will say I can turn the fan off in the winter, but I will still get sweaty when I sleep. Candles are cutesy and warm up a small place. They are. I've burned through all of my candles that smell nice, but I've also learned recently that, well, I have known that cats and candles don't mix very well, especially when Dingy started avoiding my room when I was going through my candle phase during the fall. But I've learned more about it now, so I don't have... If I get candles again, I want to make sure I think it was... Soy wax is supposed to be a little less awful for a cat. Anyway, I do like candles. They are nice. One of my friends always has like a candle burning throughout her house. She's also gotten into incense this year, or last year, and her house always smells so good. Unfortunately, I cannot take you guys to her house, but just know, I have a friend whose house always smells so delicious. Both Augsburg and Walter Gerhardt seemed very far away to Mieke now, though being confined thus in a prison cell. How long had she been sitting with Henny on the floor, shivering? Mieke did not know. She could not tell. All Mieke really knew, in her infinite ignorance, was that the night seemed hopelessly long. She hopelessly small and insignificant. There was no clock in Mieke's cell. Neither she nor Henny carried the timepieces upon them. The only means Mieke had of tracking the advancement of the hour was the sliver of sky she could see beyond the narrow window, situated high above her head. She could recall that the sky had been dark upon her waking, and it remained so now, 3 games of Joker later. The moon, which emerged from the fog at irregular intervals, shone its pallid light upon Mieke's head and upon her hand of cards, lighting her Joker in his wild, rictus grin. Bought an expensive glass crystal candle stand, kind of afraid to break it. A crystal candle stand sounds so pretty. As long as you're not, like, throwing that shit around and being careless and knocking it over, you should be okay. You should be okay. Also, if you don't have, like, kids or animals around that will knock it over, I wouldn't worry that much about it. But I do understand being paranoid about it. I'm always so paranoid that I'm gonna rip my books. And I had pre-ordered the most recent volume of Black Butler, and the packaging it came in, I don't know what was going on, how it got stuck, but first of all, the way it was packaged made it very, very easy to accidentally rip my book, and I did do that. There's like a big rip, not like a big rip, but there is a rip on the front cover of my new Black Butler volume, and I was very sad about it. But I just taped it back up, and hopefully it'll be fine. Okay, I've read all of this. Mieke had never much cared for the Joker in Henny's trusty pack of cards. His expression unnerved her. Every once in a while, as she played, Mieke spared a few glances at the barred window above her head. Though she could not guess the hour, she knew it was late. It could have been an advanced hour of the night, or it could have been, by the same token, the very, very early hours of the following morning. I mean, it's kind of the same thing. The calendar might have shifted already from one day to the next, but Mieke was none the wiser. The sky was so dark, Mieke found it hard to believe the sun would ever rise again. The darkness which abounded within her cell was so complete it seemed to have blotted out the very concept of the morning altogether. She feared she would never see again the sun's golden rays, never again hear the twittering of the starlings in the trees which announced a brand new day. When did the birds begin to chirp beyond her bedroom window anyway? Miyake could not recall, but she thought it must have been around 6 in the morning. I think most birds, but there is, when I was 9, the place we lived in, there was a tree outside of my window, and there was some sort of bird, like 3 or 4 in the morning, would start being so fucking loud. This was almost 20 years ago, and I still have beef with this bird. It was so obnoxious, and it was not even like normal bird chirping noises. It was just like some weird ass, like it was a bird, but it's like chirping, I guess, was very strange. I heard it again, I say recently, just within the past like few years. It's a weird bird calling, well, not bird calling, but like just weird bird noises. Miyake had gone to bed at 10 every night, like a dutiful daughter ought. Imagine going to bed at 10 every night. But she had often found it hard to sleep for a full, unbroken 8 hours. I can put a tea light on it, I guess. Why are you so cutesy and pretty, stupid expensive candle stand? Yeah, a tea light would work. Are you worried about, like, getting a candle that's too heavy for it? There's a blue jay in my grandpa's yard who loves to just sit there on the back deck and scream for no reason right outside my window in the very early morning. That's awful! That's awful! I think it's, like, truly, there's no way to know if the birds are even thinking about bothering the people. But sometimes it starts to feel personal. Rest in peace, dear. She would arise at odd hours, at 1 or 2 or 3, her head full of thoughts, and often she found it hard to sleep again. My grandma does that. When this occurred, Miyake would rise from the bed to sit by her windowsill, her forehead in the summer pressed to the glass that always helped cool her, and her errant thoughts alongside it. Oh, how her mind raced. This is ridiculous, Henny groused, all while examining her cards. We ought to be at her Gearhart's right now, safe as houses. We aren't so very far from Augsburg, at least I don't think we were, when we were attacked. Why did those bandits have to go after us? We were just unfortunate, I suppose. I can't imagine the bandits meant specifically to target us. We just happened to be there. You're probably right, but goodness. Of all the awful luck. At least you've had a fair run during our game. You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand. Not Henny using all of her luck for the game, and not for when they got attacked. I know, logically, I know that's not how luck works. But also, I think it's been long enough, and I know for a fact this isn't what happened, that now I can laugh about it, but you guys remember when I finished my honor mode run of Baldur's Gate 3 in, like, a year and a half ago? That was literally on election night, and when I woke up the next morning and found out that Trump won the election, I did think, oh, I used up all of my luck finishing the honor mode run, and now the worst thing possible has happened. Logically, I know the two are not connected. I know this. I know they're not connected, but I did think that for a second. Henny and I are in the same seat. There's a bird where I am every morning that sings on top of spaghetti at the top of his lungs. It's very annoying. When you say sings on top of spaghetti, is this a song and it's singing the melody? Or is it one of those birds that can, like, kind of parrot human speech and it's saying that? Nope, don't remember. Damn. I mean, I'm still pretty proud of myself for beating honor mode in Baldur's Gate 3, so I do remember. It was one of my greatest gaming achievements, truly. Before I started streaming, I didn't finish a lot of games, let alone play them on their like higher difficulty levels. So to go from not finishing games, period, unless it was Life is Strange, to finishing games and finishing them on their most difficult ways to play them without mods, well, I did pretty good with that one. At least you've had a fair run during our game. You've beaten me out soundly during every single hand. Ha, well, true. Suppose I should thank heaven for small mercies, eh? Henny smiled at Miyake's attempt to cheer her, but it didn't last. Both Henny's smile and Miyake's cheer were half-hearted, and they were soon swallowed by the sinister darkness of their cell. I remember that night. I hadn't joined your streams yet, but I'm pretty sure I played Veilguard all night. Did you win at Veilguard? Maybe our combined good luck in gaming. I'm not even gonna finish that joke. It was a Calvin and Hobbes reference. Oh. Got it. I have not read a ton of Calvin and Hobbes. I have a book. I don't know if it's everything, but I have a book that I had to get when I was in college. I'm gonna tell this story and I'm going to explain the context of the class, but if this somehow doxes the kind of like school I went to or where I went to, just pretend you didn't hear it. But basically, the college I went to, when it was your first year of college, they wanted everybody to take these like first year experiences classes, which is basically just a class about, hey, this is how you go to college. And if you took ones that were about different themes, because you could take just a basic boring one that wasn't really about anything, or you could take one that had a theme. And then the theme, they would also use the theme to kind of like, I think it might have been the professor's excuses to just teach something they were interested in, but also it was like they would try to teach skills that you would probably need in your other classes. But the one I took was about graphic novels, and it was basically like learning how to be in college class, and then also a literature class for graphic novels. And one of the things we had to get was like a Calvin and Hobbes book, but we didn't talk about that one as much. Or maybe I just forgot. I remember we had to get Watchmen and Mouse, and I do remember reading those and like the class talking about those. I don't really remember the class talking about Calvin and Hobbes. Sub to your YouTubes when you were doing the character personalities and backgrounds on Baldur's Gate 3 characters, and followed you on Twitch almost 2 years now? Wow. I think it's kind of wild how many people have come to Twitch from the Baldur's Gate videos. Like, I think that's so fun how Baldur's Gate has brought all of us together. And honestly, yeah, I'll dox this. It's not really doxing. Raging and I met each other in a mutual friend's Minecraft server, but we didn't really start like talking and being friends and hanging out until I was like, hey, let's play Baldur's Gate together. And truly, Baldur's Gate has changed lives. Has brought so many friends. So many friends together, truly. Baldur's Gate 3, I think, has done so much for me. I felt original Calvin and Hobbes art in my own hands because the cartoon library / museum I went to has all of the Bill Watterson's art on loan in perpetuity. That's really cool, dear. That is super cool. That's where I come from too. Oh, I just won't look into where that is. Oh, it came from too. Okay. I don't know why I thought you were following that up with, and this is where I lived. That makes no sense. Yeah, I know a lot of the people that hang out with us now came from Baldur's Gate. I think that's so cool. That's how I came here, that and Dragon Age. I fucking love Dragon Age. I've been thinking about Veilguard for the past 2 days straight. I was literally just like hanging out today, and I said, damn, that old man Emmerich, huh? I was sitting here thinking he's kind of the same age as probably around the same age as my parents, and he's a professor like my mom. Emmerich is so goofy for that. worked at, not went to. They didn't let a random patron hold stuff. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. I still think that's super cool. Okay. We're having too good of a time. Let's get back to the suffering of Henny and Mieke. It's a shame I don't feel more thankful. I wonder what Herr Gerhardt would make of this. He'd be off his head, I'm sure, if he knew the state you're being kept in, Mieke. I'm enraged too, for you and him. You deserve far better than this. You're a Von Essen, for crying out loud. The person who's holding us here will feel mighty sorry when they realize who you are. You're a real lady. Maybe. Mieke's reply was vague, both in tone and meaning. Not even Mieke herself was sure whether she meant to disparage Henny's optimistic assertions that her being a lady would grant her any favor with her captor, or whether she meant to challenge the notion that she was a lady at all. Well, we've all been there. Mieke had been born to a noble family, it was true, with a lineage which could be traced back centuries, but the Von Essens were not what they had been. Half a century of poor financial decisions and a grandfather with a compulsive gambling addiction had led to the squandering of much of the Von Essens' wealth. While still in possession of their family home and a veritable fleet of maidservants, the family's finances had been in a dire state ever since Mieke could remember. Is this game just Henny and Mieke just talking in a cell? So far it has been, but there was a beautiful vampire girly on the cover. I'm sure she'll make an appearance soon. We're probably sitting in her cell. I hope. Well, actually, no, yeah. I hope. It'll have a little, not really enemies to lovers, but antagonists to lovers? If that makes a difference. If that conveys the difference. Though not openly wanting for cash, Mieke's parents had made a good many purchases based on their family's prestige rather than the figures in their bank account. Mieke's wedding to Herr Gerhardt had been an attempt to shore up the family's wealth before they could fall from grace altogether. But that now seemed an impossibility. How could Mieke wed Walter when she was incarcerated? If Mieke had loved Walter, she surely would have shed tears over so cruel a fate. As it was, however, she was curiously calm. What did she care how Walter Gerhardt felt? She barely knew him. Well, not to worry. Herr Gerhardt must be sitting in his drawing room now, wondering where the blazes we are. Herr Gerhardt is sure to send out a search party before long. He'll be worried sick about you, Mieke. Do you really think so? Absolutely. I mean, he is your fiancé. He's got to be worried. You're such a sweet thing. I don't see how he couldn't. Thank you, Henny. I appreciate it. Don't thank me, Mieke. I'm just stating the facts. If I was a man and I had a fiancé like you can bet that I wouldn't let you out of my sight. Hey, Henny? Hey, Henny? Listen, I'm not a straight person. Many of my friends are not straight, so I don't know if straight people actually say this to each other, but I know I used to tell that to my friends. Whenever they would complain about not being able to get a boyfriend, I'd be like, girl, you're great. If I were a man, I would be dating you. One of my friends, I have said that to them many a times. And, well, now that I know more about myself, I don't know if that's a thing that straight people tell their friends. Straight people do not say that to each other. Okay. Henny, I see you, Henny. Kinda want to know if there is a mod that turns them into dudes. Big booty made man and big buff red-haired noble. I need to write stuff and pray that I can make a little income of it. Overlord, are you into writing? You should write stuff. You should. You absolutely should. I don't think there's a mod for this. To be fair, there's not as much Yuri out there as there is yaoi, so people that are into Yuri are not really interested in gender bending the Yuri to make it yaoi. However, there probably is something similar to this with guys already. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. We could find it. Perhaps it's a good thing I'm in here with you then. You, at least, know I'm alright. Yes, you are, and I thank heaven on high for it. You know I'd do anything to keep you safe, Mieke. I know. Mieke could well believe that, coming from Henny. When it came to Henny's claims about Walter, however, Mieke was less certain. Not Mieke. Henny's just telling us how she would do if she were a fiancé. If we don't know Walter, I don't think Henny knows Walter all that well either. Half the supernatural fanfics in the world are written by me with the different pen names. Overlord, are you the one who made the Omegaverse? Could you imagine? I actually don't read Omegaverse fanfic, but I do think the concept of Omegaverse is interesting, and I do know people have done very fascinating things with it. But like, imagine being the first person to write Omegaverse fanfiction and creating this whole big thing. That's wild. That's wild. They have changed so many lives with that. Okay, I'm gonna drink some water and then we'll see what Walter's all about. What she did know about Walter, really, other than his age and his occupation, and what did she know about Walter, really, other than his age and his occupation and how fabulously, excessively wealthy he was? Mieke hadn't met Walter on only 3 past Mieke had met Walter on only 3 past occasions, and they'd exchanged almost as many words. This sounds like a lavender marriage. Walter is not interested in us. I'm afraid to ask, what is the Omegaverse? So the Omegaverse is basically, it is a universe that is popular. It's a popular, world or like trope or just thing that is used in a lot of fanfiction. It's primarily a fanfiction thing, but I have started to see more non-fanfiction things explore the Omegaverse. But basically, it's this idea of what if humans had secondary sexes, or like, yeah, secondary sexes. So you have male and female, but you also have alpha, omega, and betas. Betas are just straight chillin'. It's usually the alpha and omegas that are a thing. And, you know, I think it is based on how real life animals do things, because my friend was talking about their dog being in heat, and I said, girl, that's an Omegaverse thing. What are you talking about? And then they were like, no, male animals do that. But basically, it's like exploring secondary genders, and, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie to you, J-Train. A lot of people use the Omegaverse to write some freaky, filthy stuff, and good for them. And a lot of people also use it as an excuse for male pregnancy to be a thing. I think those are the most popular use cases of it. But people have used the Omegaverse to explore a lot of things, like, explore a lot of things about gender, and the Omega, while not always a woman, is the more like feminine role in things. They're usually the one getting pregnant. They're usually the one being more like ostracized, or basically misogyny, except more often than not, the Omegaverse is just about 2 guys getting together. So it's basically just an excuse to make a man go through being a woman without actually being a woman, is usually how I've seen it done. But the Omegaverse is just like a fanfiction thing, and it's like, it's this whole expansive thing with lots of different rules and stuff based in freaky stuff, and also, I guess, how animals work? That is a really bad explanation, but say it's unhinged fanfiction through the roof. Yeah, if you're curious about it, there's this person on TikTok that makes a lot of really good informative videos. Actually, there's a lot of people who make really good informative videos about the Omegaverse. Came back to the Omegaverse. Welcome back, Nico. J-Trade asked. I was explaining. I love sharing information. Or it's so much Omegaverse it became unhealthy. That's fair. I have not been in a lot of fandoms that have a lot of Omegaverse, at least not fandoms that I've interacted with a lot of fan content with. My first exposure to the Omegaverse was a fan comic I stumbled across on Tumblr for Osomatsu-san. And for those who don't know what Osomatsu-san is, it's the anime that's about sextuplets, so most of the characters are the brothers. So that might be why I don't really care for Omegaverse, because the first time I saw it, it was like male pregnancy, incest, and I said, whoa! I don't think this is for me. I don't think this is for me. And I just haven't really, I've been a little scared of, not scared, but like, just not that interested in trying to read Omegaverse after that. Because I was like, this is a lot. I don't want this. From what I've heard, the Alpha Omega thing came about observing wolves in captivity, and that's not how wolf packs work in the wild. Interesting. Actually, I don't think I knew that. But also, like, the concept of being in heat or something, I don't know. All these things that's just an excuse to make sex happen is how it's used in the Omegaverse fanfictions. From what I've heard, most of the alpha wolf sort of stuff that a lot of Omegaverse tropes are based on is based on bad and incorrect science that has since been debunked. Yeah, exactly. See, I didn't know that it was about animals or based on animals. So when I learned that dogs or whatever like actually go through heat, I said there's no way. You cannot say these words to me. I do now know better. Animals going into heat is a real thing, yeah. See, that was crazy to me, because I first learned about that through the Omegaverse. I think I spent way too much time on Tumblr when I was in high school and college. And I think it shows. Anyway, let's get back to talking about this fuck-ass man, Walter. The man was a stranger to her, and Mieke's desire to marry him was inversely proportional with her parents' desire to see her walking down the aisle. Mieke had been dreading her visit to Augsburg for well over a month. Now it had been terminated, she felt a perverse sort of relief. Oh, okay. So our vampire girlfriend's gonna save us from an awful... Well, he probably isn't an awful man, but... Did this come about from the Alpha and Omega series of the cartoon movies? I don't think so. I know Omegaverse as a fanfiction thing originated in the Supernatural fandom. I've also heard recently it was actually about the actors and not the characters, but don't quote me on that one. We do know it was Supernatural. It outdates that by far. Does it? Oh, the movies. Are you responding to the movies? I don't know. If Dear knows more, please tell us. I don't know when those movies came out, but I'm pretty sure the Omegaverse... I knew of the Omegaverse before those movies? Maybe? Or at least by the time I saw of them, because I remember going Alpha and Omega. Anyways. Part of Mieke had even begun to wonder whether the bandits' attack had brought with it some good alongside all the bad. But that, Mieke chastised herself, was hopelessly cruel. Were her parents' lives truly worth that little to her? It was true enough that she may never see Walter Gearhart again, but she would never see her mother nor her father again either. It was not a fair trade, not by any stretch of the imagination. How could she ever have thought such a thing? She really must have been wicked. Was that why she had found herself in such a dire situation? Minutes older than the movies. You're right that it came from the Supernatural fandom. I know I've learned recently that just because a lot of people on the internet say something is true doesn't mean it's actually true. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the supernatural thing was true. I just know a lot of times in fandom, a lot of fandom stuff, you can trace that shit all the way back to the Star Trek girlies way back in the day. So I would not have been surprised to learn that's like, actually, but no, okay. I'm glad we cleared up that we were talking about the movies. Okay. Perhaps this was God's way of punishing her for being a poor daughter, and a sinner who spent too much of her time lost in daydreams, imagining things which could never and would never be. I didn't know it was a sin to imagine. Supernatural is a fantasy horror, so people alternative timeline stuff, fanfic, writing the people that does hypersexual stuff in the fanfics making all timelines, hence Omegaverse. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I know a lot of things also go back to Supernatural. Supernatural has done a lot for fandom. Supernatural fans have done a lot for fandom. I feel like half of the things you learn about from, like, modern fandom, I say modern fandom, and I think I really just mean, pre-2020s fandom. Because I know things have changed a lot in the past few years as well. But a lot of things, if it doesn't go back to Homestuck, it goes back to Supernatural. If it doesn't go even further back to Star Trek. And I think that's really fascinating. I really do. Miyake and Henny sat in their cell for what could have been minutes, or hours, or even days, whiling away the time. By God, there was so much time. With continued, unending, incessant games of Joker. Miyake's heart was not in the game, her head being otherwise occupied, and Henny trounced her soundly 12-1. Henny was better than Miyake at card games in general, so this came as little surprise. Miyake was accustomed to losing, and accepted her failures with good grace. There were more important things in life than card games. And, in any event, Miyake was glad to be rid of the eerily grinning jokers in her deck. Little of note happened during these dead, empty hours. Miyake had begun to wonder, in a detached way, as Henny launched into their 14th round of Joker, whether they would ever meet their rescuer. Perhaps whoever had hauled them from the forest had done so, not as an act of kindness, but as a means of prolonging their suffering. Maybe they meant to keep them locked in this cell, alone, until time itself slowed to a trickle, then ceased. The squalid stone walls tumbling down about them to crush their emaciated corpses in the debris. But soon, shockingly soon, or so it seemed despite all of their interminable waiting, Miyake found her hypothesis proved wrong. She could hear, above the sounds of Henny shuffling the deck, a sound. Footsteps. The footsteps were quiet enough at first that Miyake wondered whether she had imagined them, but as the seconds elapsed they became louder still, until Henny heard them. Goodness me! Henny fumbled with the cards, then threw them down, red hearts and black blades split across the stone. Can you hear that, Miyake? I think we're about to meet her! I was in the middle of the game, so I couldn't type. But I mean, you could make the argument that Star Trek tropes may have influenced Omegaverse, since Ponfar is basically Vulcans going into heat, and it's canon, so this makes sense. This makes sense. I feel like everything in my life either goes back to a handful of manga artists that are like the age of my grandparents or older, or it goes back to the Star Trek girlies. Just about everything. This makes sense. Star Trek really, I feel like for as much as it has influenced a lot of the things I'm interested in now, and a lot of the like culture of like fan stuff that I'm in, I really should watch it. I really should figure out what's been going on. Even if the Supernatural writers saw what we were writing and saw the horror and made official episodes of them, kind of wild. No, surely anyone who even knows what Supernatural is has heard about this, but if you somehow care about Cassie, like Supernatural spoilers, here's your warning. What's wild is having Castiel confess his love to Dean and then getting smited down to super hell. That's crazy. I didn't watch Supernatural past like a few episodes in the second season, but learning that, it's like, damn. And maybe it's a good thing I didn't listen to my friends in high school, because a lot of my friends said, look, the show is so good, you just have to push through until Castiel gets introduced. And I said, I don't know, man. I really liked season 1. I liked the episodic creepypasta vibes. Season 2 just didn't deliver. And now that I know how it ends, I think I saved myself a lot of time. I think I saved myself a lot of time. I think if I would have actually been invested in the show, that would have pissed me off way more. Way more. Because, like, I think right now the only reason it's, like, upsetting is, like, damn, the implications is very homophobic. And that's never a vibe. Didn't get much past season 2, honestly. Season 1 was so... Okay, I've not seen anything Supernatural, like, actually sitting down and watching an episode since I was, like, 17. Season 1 was really good. I remember season 1 having a really good time. And then I got bored with season 2. So, J-Train, you probably got farther than I did. But you're so real for that. I think what it was is season 1 of Supernatural just kind of like scratched my itch of just interacting with horror. And like, because the way I have interacted with horror for most of my life, if it wasn't an anime or like a book, it was creepypastas. So it was like shorter form media, self-contained stories for the most part. Just like I could sit down for like 10, 20, 45 minutes and listen to a story and that be it. And season 1 kind of felt like that to me. And it's also the types of stories, I think. I think it lined up pretty well. Speaking of horrors, let's try to meet our beautiful vampire girl. Yes, I can. Somebody must be coming. A rescuer from the woods, do you think? They could be a rescuer, yes, but maybe... Miyake chose not to finish this thought. Her saliva felt too thick in her throat, like tar, and she shivered. She didn't want to extinguish the hope which she could see flickering now in Henny's eyes. That would have been cruel. Henny's head swiveled to the grated iron door, excitable as a puppy, and wide-eyed, she peered through the shadows. This is a turn for the better. I was beginning to worry they'd forgotten all about us. I can't wait to come face to face with them. I'll be sure to tell them exactly what I think about their so-called hospitality. Henny, you're gonna get us killed! Girl! You've once said before, Henny, and I wish you wouldn't. I don't want to anger them. Oh, stuff and nonsense. I'm sure it'll be fine. Henny, girl! If they wanted to harm us, they had plenty of chances to do it already, surely. But that's before you made them mad. That is true, but... The footsteps drew closer still, echoing about the stone walls, echoing inside Miyake's skull. My headcanon is Curly X Daddy Bobby and Curly getting cured, and they go to heaven. If anyone finds it, don't read it. I don't know what all that means. But that's okay. They did. If that's your headcanon, that might as well be canon. That absolutely happened. The footsteps would represent only two things. They would mean salvation, if they were lucky, but Miyake found it difficult to believe this. Neither she nor Henny had been very lucky that night, despite Henny's continued winning hands in Joker. It seemed far more likely that these footsteps would bring about yet more suffering. And, sure enough... Well, well, would you look what the cat dragged in? The voice that cut through Miyake's musing was a proud, haughty one, the syllables polished to perfection like cut glass. The voice belonged, quite obviously, to a woman, and given her pronunciation, she must have been well-bred. well bred because she knows how to speak is crazy. Perhaps their rescuer was a lady, then, Yvonne such and such, like Mieke, from a family whose ancestral home was vast and old and grand enough to have its very own dungeon. Whereas most nobility used their subterranean storage spaces for wine cellars, this family seemed to prefer taking prisoners. The thought did not fill Mieke with much confidence about her mysterious rescuer. Anxiously, she glanced up to meet the source of said voice, and when she did... Oh! Mieke could not help but gasp in surprise. The owner of the voice, who now stood upon the opposite side of the cell's door, was not at all what Mieke had imagined. She was shorter than Mieke had expected, shorter than Mieke herself, who was dwarfed by her wealthier, significantly older fiancé, slender with it, her cheekbones high, her neck not dissimilar to the stem of a flower. Her skin was frighteningly pale, like that of a corpse, and beneath her eyes, Mieke could see dark rings similar to those she often sported during the long nights at her bedroom window, unable to sleep. The woman, or was she a girl, had hair so fair it was almost white, which almost seemed to glow in the moon's light. Her hair was not so worn in a chignon? I don't know. Not worn in a bun, but instead was loose. It tumbled about her shoulders in waves, all disarrayed, in a manner which would have made Mieke's mother swoon from the sheer impropriety of it all. The girl's appearance, but was she a girl? Was striking, not only because of her indeterminable age, but because of her eyes, which were widely spaced and fringed with the most luxurious of lashes. Her irises were not brown like Hinnie's, nor blue like Mieke's. They were not green, nor hazel, nor gray, nor any of the other shades Mieke had seen in the faces of her family's servants, and the attendants at the boutiques to which her mother took her, and the congregation of her local parish. Her irises were, instead, bright red, so much so that they bordered on the visceral. These lovely irises were even redder than the blood which had seeped from Mieke's sliced cheek and seemed to be full of violence. The girl was a perfect stranger to Mieke, but her eyes told more than a pleasant chit-chat ever could. She was not normal. Mieke knew instinctively, as she gazed upon her, that she should keep her distance, if she could, but this only made her, conversely, feel even more enchanted. She could not look away from her. It was as though her captor had placed her under a spell. That woman. Hinnie shifted back, her skirt shifting against the ground. She's the one I told you about, Mieke, the one from the woods. She's the one who fought off those bandits. I thought what I saw was unbelievable, but now I know it wasn't a dream. She really is real. She killed all those men. She's a monster. Oh? A monster, am I? The woman's unnatural eyes narrowed and, with a smile, said, You cut me to the quick, you humans do. At least you would, were I not so accustomed to it. Perhaps I bring it upon myself given the unusual manner in which I treat my guests, but you could at least try to be polite. Why, if it were not for me, the both of you would be lying in the woods right now, mangled beyond all recognition. So you really were the one who saved us. I thought as much. Yours isn't a face anybody could forget in a hurry. Why, thank you. I will take that as a compliment. I am very striking, I know. Why did you save us, though? And how? I can't believe you brought us back here, wherever here is, on your own. You must have had help. Oh? Only if, but alas, I've not had any help for... Well, let's see. It must have been a century at least. A century? Hinnie gawked at the woman, her eyes agog. But that would make you older than my grandmother. That can't be right. You don't look a day over 18. Oh, do you really think so? You're too kind. Laughing softly, the woman extricated a key from her pocket, then inserted it into the awaiting keyhole. I think I need to read more. Stab the white-haired harlot with the stake. Overlord, we can't do that! She's my vampire girlfriend, or she will be. Deftly she turned it, and deftly she stepped inside the cell, the hem of her dark cape dragging against the uneven stone floor. Once inside the cell, she turned to close the door, then locked it anew. There, that ought to do it. It would be horribly tedious if you tried to run from me. I would be able to catch you, of course, but I'd rather not bother with all of the fuss. With the door secured, the woman placed the key inside her pocket and turned to look at her prisoners. Her red eyes met Mieke's, which were narrowed with mistrust, and pouting, she said, "Now why are you looking at me like that? You're making me feel quite unwelcome. I thought you would be relieved to see my face, after being left to languish in the catacombs of my castle for hours on end, but maybe I was hoping for too much. In any case, you shouldn't frown like that, dear. It's an awful waste. You'll wrinkle your pretty face." This chastisement was familiar to Mieke. She had heard it many times from her mother. While Mieke had been trained to obey her mother without question, however, it was not so with this strange woman. Stop her with a steak? Do we need A1 sauce as well? Not the A1 sauce for this, the steak to kill the vampire. I wonder, surely there's some vampire media out there that has made that joke before. We cannot be the only ones. Some of her retinence fell away, and needled, Mieke said, "What I do with my face is my own concern. I'm sure it's none of your business." My goodness. You're feistier than you look. I took you for a shrinking violet, but maybe I was mistaken. You might make for quite the amusing plaything, though you'd be a good sight prettier if you smiled. I can't say I blame you for being so surely, though. I never liked smiling on command either, though it's been many, many years since anybody last tried to give me orders. It's fortunate nobody can tell me what to do now, at least. It came at quite the price, but... oh well, never mind. Where are my manners? My name is Magdalena. Magdalena? My name is Magdalena, but you may call me Lena. My family's name, meanwhile, is of no particular importance. They might have commanded some respect back in the day, but it is not so now. They have long since been obliterated. I doubt history will remember them. It would not wish to. I am all that is left of their legacy. A fact I would very much love to rub in their faces, but alas, I never got the chance. It is very nice to meet you, for the second time this night. So saying, Magdalena dropped a neat curtsy, taking hold of her cape in lieu of a skirt. But I am afraid I will not be afforded much of a chance to properly know you. While I would relish the chance to speak to a couple of young maidens such as yourselves, I have designs for you beyond idle chatter. And what do you mean by that, exactly? Only that now I have brought you here, I cannot continue to let you live. You have already seen too much. Have I? God forbid I just know you have a dungeon. Still the joke from Discworld? Oh. I've never Discworlded. Maybe I should. What? Henny stared at Magdalena with wide eyes, so full of fear that the air swelled with it. What do you mean? What I said. Do try to keep up. It's awfully tedious having to explain myself down to the finer details. But I suppose you have the right to know the bare minimum, prisoners though you may be. I would hate to keep you in suspense, and at this point it doesn't matter how much you know. You won't be able to tell anybody else what you might learn here. You'll not be venturing forth beyond the walls of my castle ever again. Magdalena smiled, her lips lifting in a wicked grin, not so very unlike that of the Joker in Henny's pack of cards. Though Magdalena's face was white, her lips were red, much like her eyes. They stood out in her milky face, like a rose blooming despite the winter's chill. Get you to read those books one of these years. I do need to read more. I shall henceforth call you Magda, the white-haired harlot of to be staked. So Overlord is not in a very vampire time in his life. Rest in peace. Or else, Miyake thought with a shudder, freshly spilt blood. You must understand that I am not a normal woman. No human can hope to best me when it comes to a competition of sheer strength, as the bandits who were pursuing you soon discovered. It didn't take me more than a few seconds to dispatch them. The fight they put up was so pathetic, it makes me wonder why they even bothered. If they'd any respect for my time, they would have slit their own throats with their daggers and saved me the trouble. You humans can be awfully thoughtless. But if they had done that, I wouldn't have been able to bring the leader of their little group back to my castle. He was in a bad way, and I was obliged to introduce myself to him before bestowing upon you similar honors. I really must apologize for making you wait. Magdalena dropped another curtsy, as an elegant lady might, but it smacked of insecurity. Insincerity, not insecurity. How many men and women had Magdalena brought to her castle, and how many had she summarily tortured? Miyake knew of at least one, besides herself and Henny. Bandit's leader. Did you kill him? Eventually, yes. It was quite the sight. You ought to have seen the way he begged and pleaded and groveled at my feet. A grown man like that, who was practically made of muscle. Oh, how fickle fortune is. Just 1 hour hence he was the predator, stalking his prey through the woods, and then next. Magdalena drew her hand across her neck in the unequivocal universal gesture of a slit throat. Well, what goes around comes around. He got what he deserved, and his screams really were exquisite. Did you, perchance, happen to hear them? He was being rather loud. What? Oh, goodness. Surprised, are you? You shouldn't be. That man was a bandit, a vulture in a man's flesh who profited on misery. If it weren't for me, you would have gone the same way as the poor unfortunates in that stalled carriage. The driver and the horses, too. Nobody was spared their ravages, man nor beast. They made quite a grisly mess. Were I a century younger, it would have been enough to turn even my stomach. Maybe that is so, but to gloat over another death like that, it doesn't seem right. You're twisted. If I am twisted, that is only because of this world. Magdalena began, but then paused. A momentary furrow captured her brow, but soon it straightened out, and though nothing of note had occurred. Well, never mind that. I do not wish to spout cliches about good and evil. I will begin to bore myself. The fact of the matter is, that man got what he deserved, as did his compatriots. I took great pains to ensure that. I paid that brigand back twofold for what he did to you. Did you know that he tried to be stoic in the beginning? Humans often are. Human males in particular. They've so much pride. It's funny, really, that a cur like that would care so very much about appearances. He was less a man than he was a dog. Oh, I didn't finish reading that. But he still had pretensions of greatness, or of grandeur. I soon stripped him of these lofty delusions, however. Humans are very alike in one regard, at least. You all scream the same after your bones have been broken, and you all bleed red. That man was a brigand, I'll grant you that, who deserved the hangman's noose, but that's for a court of law to decide, not you. What you did is injustice. It's barbaric. You shouldn't be taking pleasure in other people's deaths. What gave you the right to kill him anyway? I had every right to kill him. He was trespassing upon my land, as were you and the young lady here. His life was forfeit the moment he encroached upon my territory. The Lord's Prayer may say that we ought to forgive those who wrong us, but I have no patience with such teachings. They do not apply to me. The Lord has forsaken me. I am no longer a member of his congregation. He would have no love for me as I am now, and I have little love for him. I cannot conceive how he could have let me suffer so, if he truly existed. Okay, Astarian in female form. Sometimes I do wonder. So you mean to add blasphemy to your list of crimes? Oh, I've done far far worse than that in my time. The morals of your good, sententious churchgoers do not apply to me. I am not of your kind. I am a drinker of blood who walks the night. I have been alive for over a century, though my life is very different to yours and your mistress's. I doubt that you can understand me, and neither do I want you to. I have no desire to understand you either. There would be no point. We are much too different. Alternative universe, gender reverse Astarian, and you know, we love to see it. We love to see it. I don't get to romance Astarian enough, truly. We are much too different. A drinker of blood? That would make you a vampire? It was Mieke who offered forth this label, and Henny's voice faltered. Mieke was an ardent devourer of books, and she had read before of such shadowy denizens of the night, much to her mother's chagrin. Chagrin? I don't know. You think Mieke has read Carmilla? Lady Von Essen had thought that Mieke, as a well-bred young woman, ought not to read at all. It will only excite your mind, dear, but should instead busy herself with embroidery. I forget sometimes that women were not encouraged to read, which is crazy because reading is so fun. I know it's not about having fun, but God forbid Mieke have a little bit of imagination, a little bit of an education. Mieke, however, had always preferred books to busy work, particularly work which involved needles. And she found herself returning to stories time and time again whenever she needed a break from her own dreary life. Mieke had read all manners of books over the years, but she preferred adventure stories full of mystery, intrigue, and yes, even murder. Mieke knew from her reading that vampires were nocturnal creatures, often aristocratic, who shunned the sunlight, dwelt in ruinous castles, and supped upon the lifeblood of fair maidens. Yes, Mieke thought, in an oddly detached manner. That did make sense. She had sensed there was something strange about Magdalena when their eyes had first met. Magdalena really must have been a vampire. It all made sense. At least, it would have had Mieke been a heroine in one of her novels. But life, Mieke reminded herself, was not akin to a story. Mieke might have consumed books like a starving man, but she had sense enough to know that the words written within the pages of adventure stories were all skeins of fiction. Vampires ought to have remained within the realms of make-believe. They had no business walking about as humans did, made of cold, unfeeling flesh with hearts which no longer beat. They were supposed to be constructs, mere figments of fancy. But Magdalena was undoubtedly real, and unsettling though she was, Mieke did not take her for a liar. Yes, that is correct. I am a vampire, and this castle is my territory. It and the woods that surround you. That's the opposite of how things work on Roshar. Men couldn't read unless they worked in the priesthood. They said, only men of God get to enjoy reading. I do know a lot of it is, it's easier to control people if they can't share ideas via reading and, like, learn via reading. It's just a damn shame. Anyways. You wandered into my domain, you hopeless little lambs, while on the run from those awful bandits. I know none of this is your fault, and I've no quibbles with you. I'm not blaming you for what occurred tonight. There. See how fair I am? I'm too nice by half. Too nice for my own good cause. You have been awfully surly with me, the both of you, but I've only ever been polite. I would even let you go if I could. Dispatching of brigands is one thing, but I take no pleasure in harming young ladies. But I fear that would be foolhardy. I cannot allow anybody who has wandered into my realm to leave alive. I do not want you telling tall tales. I should snap both of your necks and be done with it, but Magdalena's red eyes found Miyake's, then held them. Her smile, which hitherto had seemed so easy, faded as she frowned. You don't seem to be a mere peasant. I can tell from your clothes, dirtied though they are, that you are from a wealthy background. Your voice and your bearing, yes, even the way you look at me, it all suggests that you are, in fact, a lady. Would I be correct in that assessment? Why do you ask? It would be problematic for me if I were to dispatch a woman of renown. I would not want your disappearance to catch the attention of men in high places. If they were to send out a search party into these woods, it's not wholly impossible that they would stumble upon my home. I have lived out of sight from the public eye for nigh on a century. I have no desire to invite half of Augsburg's constabulary into my home. The idea is incredibly unpleasant. Magdalena pulled a face, as a small child might when confronted with a plate of food they did not much care for. If you really are a lady, I might do well to exercise some caution. I suppose I can always spare your life, and kill only this dowdy common girl. Your maid, I take it? Magdalena looked to Henny now, her lips curled into a mean smile. What do you say to that? It's not a bad trade, is it? Her life for yours. Precious few people who find themselves in my abode are ever able to live to tell the tale. You would be one in... Goodness, how many guests have I had over the years? There must be a good 200 or 300. Aren't you touched by my thoughtfulness? Silence descended in the decrepit cell following Magdalena's announcement. Stuck for words, Miyake could only stare at her, her lips parted. What was she to say to Magdalena's proposal? How was she to feel? There was relief, certainly, at the prospect of escaping to the cell, but Miyake could take no real pleasure in it, not when it would come at the cost of Henny's life. We cannot let Henny die. We cannot. Surely we could, all three of us, just live here and have a good time. How could she abandon her friend, who had been by her side since her early childhood? Were it not for Henny, Miyake knew she would be dead already, butchered like a farmyard animal in her parents' carriage. Henny had rescued her once already. It seemed unconscionable that she should leave her now. Miyake turned this over in her mind, worrying her teeth with her lower lip, when... Well, if my life's all you're after... Henny reached out, taking Miyake's hands between her own, then said, What else is there to think about? Sounds like a fine suggestion to me. Don't you agree, Miyake? What? Miyake stared into Henny's round, soft face, her eyes vast and uncomprehending. Surely you don't mean that. You're not alright with this, are you, Henny? Well, it'd be a lie if I said I was jumping up and down for joy at the prospect of being eaten by a vampire. Henny's smile wavered, though she tried to maintain a brave face. But if it's what I gotta do to save your life, Miyake, then I'll do it. I do love you, after all. I'm not going to let you get hurt. She loves us, but at what cost? At what cost? Henny tried to sound brave, but Miyake could hear how her voice trembled all the same. Could feel, too, how Henny's hands shook. Henny, like her, had heard the screams of the bandits' leaders as they echoed through the halls, though neither woman had seen his final moments. They knew from his cries that his demise must have been barbarous. Miyake could not allow Henny to endure such suffering for her sake. She could not allow her to die. Miyake knew Henny wished only for the best for her, but... No. Miyake spoke up, her voice surprisingly cool, given the wild fluctuations of her heart within her breast. I won't allow that to happen. It wouldn't be right. If one of us must remain here, then it ought to be me. What? No, you can't mean that, Miyake. Surely you jest. No, I'm not. You know I've a terrible sense of humor, Henny. I hardly ever tell jokes. I don't have enough levity in me for them. I'm being very serious. You've always looked out for me, ever since I was small. Not that I always listened to you. Don't you remember when I stole the keys to the mausoleum in my insufferable curiosity and crept inside? But of course I remember. You dragged me in after you despite my warnings, and it went about as badly as I expected it to. Didn't it just? Faintly, Mieke smiled, dire though their situation was, happy to share this memory with Henny. For all she knew, it might very well have been her last chance to reminisce with her maid like this. Mieke knew not what the future held, but Lady Von Essen was in such an awful mood when she found out. It was quite frightening. I had never seen anything like it. Oh yes, she was fearfully cross. It's a wonder fire didn't come out of her nostrils. I recall that she struck you, and then, when I tried to argue on your behalf, she struck me too. She struck me so hard my ears still ring from it sometimes. God, yes, poor hen. I felt awful about it at the time. I really did. I didn't care about my punishment. God knows I deserved it. But you'd done nothing wrong. You'd been perfectly reasonable about the whole thing. If I'd listened to you, we could have avoided the fjord together. But I was too reckless. If I ignored your wishes, you still tried to protect me. You jumped to my defense just like a knight. You were slapped silly for your troubles. It was horribly unfair. I have dragged you into all sorts of messes before, and you've always come to my defense. You've been a wonderful friend to me throughout the years, but I can't keep relying upon you. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness. But Mieke, I like it when you rely on me. Please, feel free to take advantage. That's what I'm here for. No, I can't. It isn't right. It's long past time that I repaid you. By offering yourself up as a sacrifice in my stead? That isn't what I want. Mieke, please. Henny stared at her mistress, her wide eyes entreating. I love you, but you're acting like a crazy woman. And you are the pinnacle of rationality, are you? Considering this crazy deal? That is truly insane. Don't tell me you've accepted all this. Of course I've not accepted it. I'm terrified, really. See how my poor hands are shaking? But one of us biting it has to be better than both of us. If I can protect you, then I must. I will. That's my job. No, it isn't. Not any longer. I'm absolving you of your duty, Henny. This farce has lasted long enough. What farce? You know what I mean. Magdalena? Yes? Have you quite finished with your little quarrel? I must confess I was beginning to feel rather left out. My apologies. I will endeavor not to be so rude in the future to my hostess. Mieke dipped her head in a gesture of esteem, one not so very dissimilar to the way Henny was bidden to bob around her mother. Mieke knew she could not afford to anger Magdalena. If Mieke was to serve Henny, she would be obliged to beg and bow and scrape. Fortunately, begging and bowing were not beyond Mieke's means, even though she was a lady. She was no stranger to scraping either, having tearfully entreated her parents to reconsider her marriage prospects. She had failed on that score, but she didn't intend to fail now. She knew what she must say. It seemed a stretch that Magdalena would believe her, but if she did... I fear you are laboring under a misapprehension, Lady Magdalena. Your reasoning is sound. There would, indeed, be a ruckus if a noblewoman was to go missing, but your application is not. I am not a lady, you see, but my companion is. Oh? Magdalena raised her eyebrow. Then, you mean to say you are the maid in this? This lumpen Henny here is the mistress. That is correct. Yes. I know I am dressed as a lady, albeit a disgraced one, but that was a part of the Lord and Lady Von Essen's ruse. While traveling, they often had me dressed as a lady, while Henny, that is to say, Henrique, dresses as a maid. It's a means of subterfuge so that if our carriage were to be attacked by bandits, I am the one who would be in harm's way rather than my mistress. Only a true desperate bandit would rummage through the pockets of a maid, especially when she is with her lady. What? Mieke, that's... Henny began, but Mieke cut her off. She was warming to her ruse, and she found she could not still her tongue. not until she had delivered her whole address. Lady Henrique is the one whom will be missed in Augsburg, not I. She has a fiancé waiting for her, you know, and he's a very important man. Think we're gonna play Bad in Theater again? Are you? I loved that game. I'm so glad we got to play that. That is such a fun game. You say again, have you finished it? If she doesn't arrive before the dawning of the next day, he will be certain to send out a search party for her. You would not want that, would you? Magdalena pondered Miyake's tall tale for a few moments, one gloved hand resting upon her hip. As she thought, Miyake stared at her, compelling her through sheer force of will to accept her tale at face value. Miyake knew her story was patently unbelievable, but she didn't need to convince a whole jury. She needed only to convince Magdalena. An age seemed to pass, during which nobody spoke, until... Oh, very well. If that is how it is, then I suppose I have no choice. You may leave my abode, Lady Henrique. Here, Magdalena dropped another effusive curtsy. If that is indeed your real name, I will grant you the chance to reunite with your fiancé in Augsburg, who must be awaiting you with no shortage of anticipation. Who wouldn't, after all, wish to dote upon a maiden as fair and fine as yourself? Your surprisingly well-spoken maid, however, will be bidden to remain by my side. Do we have a deal? Yes, I would do anything to ensure Lady Henrique's safety. Oh, most assuredly. You would not consent to acting as a decoy on her behalf if you didn't care. What a wonderful friendship you women have. It is quite special, really, particularly given the disparity in your social statuses. Now, come along, Lady Henrique. It was very lovely to make your acquaintance, but now I fear I must cut our meeting short. Let me escort you to the front door. It's the least I can do for a woman of your lofty status. What? Miyake, no! Henny cried, but in vain. Magdalena was soon upon her, her pale fingers winding tight around her wrist. Miyake, please stop this. Tell her the truth. I'm sorry, Hen, but... Abashed, Miyake dropped her gaze to the stone floor. Though she had given her life for Henny's sake, she found she could not meet her friend's gaze as she was dragged bodily from their cell. The hurt in Henny's countenance and the betrayal stung far too much. This is how it has to be. Says who? I was willing to go along with this woman's plan, but you've scuppered it. I don't understand you at all, Miyake. Why would you tell such a tissue of lies for little old me? Magdalena, please. Henny stared at Magdalena, all while trying, and failing, to dig her heels into the stone floor of her cell. Surely you can't believe my mistress. It's obvious she's lying. There's no way she isn't a lady, not with her fancy, proper way of talking. She's far, far more gentle than I could ever dream of being. Her manners are certainly more polished than your own, yes, but perhaps this comes from years of servitude. You could stand to learn a thing or two from your maid, Lady Henrique. Your fiancé won't think much of you as you are now, I'm afraid. Why, you're speaking almost like a fishwife. Now come along, let us not argue. You will give me a headache. But Miyake, I can't leave her. Let me go. Henny cried anew, squirming now, but Magdalena's hold upon her did not loosen. If anything, it seemed to grow stronger to such a degree that Henny screamed. Ow! Henny's cries echoed through the cell, more unbearable than those of the bandit's leader during his final moments. Have a couple times, actually. It's a fun little game. That's cool! Did you get different endings both times? Like full-on endings? Magdalena had not made Henny bleed, at least, but she was gripping her wrist so tightly Miyake feared she might snap it. Henny, who was short and dumpy, could put up little in the way of a fight. The poor maid was quite helpless before her. There was nothing which could be done, not any longer. Henny would have to leave, while Miyake would remain incarcerated in this dreary cell, alone. This was what Miyake had wanted, when she had spun her, frankly untenable story. So why then did she feel so guilty? think I got the golden ending both times. Oh, sick! That's fun. Let go of me! Let go, I say! Mieke, please! Henny continued to protest, but Magdalena remained insensible to her cries. The door of the cell was closed once more with a metallic clang, and Mieke was left upon the ground, pale-faced, trembling, and all alone. Guys, I think Magdalena might be interested in us. Forced to marry a man she doesn't love, Mieke despairs for her future. When she and her family fall afoul of bandits deep in the woods, with the help of her maid, Henny Mieke is able to escape. Thank God we were able to escape. I wonder if we'll get to see Henny again. Probably not. Only to find herself captured by the mysterious vampire Magdalena. And there she is. Who are those characters? Wait, we're gonna get to meet more? Mieke fears her captor, and yet... she feels safer with Magdalena than she ever did her fiancé. Right, let's get into this. Not the little, like... not the little montage of what's to come, and then putting us back in the cage. The time passed at an agonizingly slow pace as Mieke sat on the stone floor of her cell with her legs demurely crossed. Not her being demure. Without Henny to cheer her, the air felt colder than it had before, the shadows darker. Magdalena had taken Henny from the cell so abruptly she hadn't been afforded the chance to collect her scattered playing cards. Now, these cards were strewn upon the floor, red diamonds, red as Magdalena's eyes, and coal-black clubs. Mieke caught the eyes of a nearby joker, his lips pulled into an unsettling smile, and shivered. She knew she was being paranoid, but she felt almost as if the card was mocking her. Mieke reached out, fingers trembling, to grab the card, then flipped it over. She did not want to look at the joker's grinning face. She did not want to think, either, about what Henny was doing or how she was feeling, and she certainly did not want to think of her own future. It would be easier to drive such musings from her mind, and yet... though Mieke tried to keep her thoughts placid like the smooth surface of an untroubled lake, sinister queries, sharp-toothed like eels, writhed just beneath the surface. What would happen when Magdalena returned? Did she mean to kill Mieke quickly, or would she make her suffer first? Magdalena had seemed to derive great pleasure from her torture of the bandits' leader, but she had said she did not care to harm young ladies. Had she meant it? Mieke could only hope. If Magdalena did mean to kill her, she would do so quickly. She had suffered enough for one night. No, for one lifetime. Mieke, despite her heroism, did not want to die. The thought terrified her. When she imagined how Magdalena might kill her, a blade to the throat perhaps, poison, drowning, strangulation, her skin, which was now icy cold, rippled with goose flesh. She did not want to be stabbed, or poisoned, or drowned, or choked. She wanted to live. Mieke had read stories of knights and their exploits, but she was no chivalrous sir herself. She was a young woman, though not as her mother might have reminded her, so very young anymore. She had little experience of the world beyond her parents' home. From an early age, Mieke had been taught to hold her tongue, to hold her thoughts, to be sweet and pretty and patient, and above all else, pliant. She was not supposed to think for herself, let alone stand up for herself. It wasn't appropriate conduct for a lady. Mieke had endured 25 years as such, living only to please her parents, and her parents' esteemed visitors, and later her parents' chosen fiancé, but it had not felt like living. The only time Mieke felt herself were those when she played cards with Henny, or read her books, or sat up by her window at night and stared out into the garden. Miyake was 25, almost 26, but she knew nothing of the world. She knew nothing of freedom. She had never truly lived. How, then, was she supposed to die? She could not pass on, surely, until she had at least been afforded the chance to visit some of the places she had read about in her stories. Such dreams had been all which had kept Miyake going throughout her dreary days kept indoors. She had persevered, not for the sake of her present, which she had lamented, but the hopes of a better future which waited beyond the horizon. Now Miyake feared she would never be able to reach that future. Her life was to be curtailed before it could truly begin. She would never see any of the world now. Paris and Venice and Rome would remain a mystery to her, exotic settings for stories and nothing more. She had been born trapped, and now she would die. The only difference was that it was no longer her parents entrapping her, but a monster. Had her 25 years thus far been a story? Miyake thought bitterly. It would have been a hopelessly dull one full of endless waiting, but precious little doing. Waiting to live. Waiting to die. Was there any difference between those two states, really, when all was said and done? There's no point crying about it. Miyake muttered this under her breath in the dark for her own peace of mind. There's no guarantee I would have been allowed to live even if Magdalena did set me free. I would have to return to her Gearhart and we would wed, and then I would spend the rest of my days trapped in his house. I would go from being a cloistered daughter to a cosseted wife. Is that any better, really? In Miyake's eyes, it would have been nothing but another form of imprisonment. Walter had the money to travel anywhere, but whether he would be willing to expend these funds on little jaunts for his housebound, bored wife was doubtful. Perhaps it was better this way. Miyake had no life, she knew, waiting for her beyond the walls of Magdalena's castle. She had never been allowed to live as she had wanted. That being the case, she might as well die. She had nothing left to lose. The minutes passed by, each more intolerable than the last, until Miyake was altered by the sound of footsteps. The iron door which partitioned the cell from the hall opened with a scraping squeal, and once more Magdalena entered Miyake's cell. Though Magdalena had left with an unwilling Henny in tow, she was now alone. Henny had gone. Well, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? How fair you are, my dear captive. I do apologize for the wait. Or how fair you, my dear captive. There we go. Oh, never mind about me. What about Henny? Did you set her free? Goodness me, your loyalty towards your lady is most profound. I was certain you would be inquiring as to your own fate, but no, you seem to only care for her. You really ought to worry about yourself more, given the circumstances. But I shall endeavor to allay your worries. I did indeed set your mistress free. I escorted her to the entrance of my home, then bid her on her merry way. Why do you ask? Do you not trust me? You've done little to deserve it, given the way you've treated Henny and I, but... oh... I'm so glad to hear it. I only hope that Henny will be alright on her own. That remains to be seen. I might have set her free, but there is no guarantee she will be able to find her way to Augsburg, not in the dark, with all of this fog. The woods are dense and the paths are not clearly signposted. It would come as no surprise if she were to find herself lost, or else at the mercy of wild animals. This forest is fair teeming with wolves. Did you know that? Wolves? Oh yes, this forest is just as much their territory as it is mine, and they often come out at night to hunt. Bandits aren't the only thing fair ladies have to watch out for. But if your lady friend is resourceful, and luck is on her side, she should emerge from this trail unscathed. Let us hope that she'll be alright, shall we? Miyake said nothing to this, but instead dropped her gaze, her irises fixed upon her knees. Her mind turned, not to her own indeterminate fate, but to Henny, who would now be staggering through the woods, wreathed in ephemeral fog. Miyake saw Henny backed against a copse of trees, their branches slender, sinister, as a pack of hungry wolves bore down upon her, their eyes glistening madly in the moonlight. But this was only one possibility. Magdalena said Henry would need luck on her side, and Henny had that in spades, if her performance in Joker was anything to be believed. She had always been better at cards than Mieke. Now enough about Lady Henrique. She's no longer my captive and, as such, is of little interest to me. I would far rather speak to you. To me? Yes, indeed. I've designs on you, my loyal little serving girl. I do hope you'll make yourself useful during your stay. Designs? Then, you mean... Mieke pressed her fingers to the base of her throat. She could feel her pulse beating beneath the surface of her cool skin, as erratic as a rabbit's caught in a snare. Do you wish to drain me of my blood? Do you want me to drain you of your blood? Magdalena tittered. How very eager you are. It is not that. Do not misunderstand. I wish only, if you mean to kill me, that you would do so quickly. I've grown sick of waiting. Oh, yes. That look in your eyes is delectable. It may be more so, even, than your blood. You're so very defiant. But what is this I spy? You appear to be shaking, my poor little Mieke. That's because of the cold. Ah, and not because of your fright. I was able to protect my dear friend. I have nothing to be afraid of now. Then you care nothing for your own life. I have never been afforded a life. You may take it if you wish. You wouldn't be the only one. Ah, yes. That is the fate, or so I've heard, of being a servant. You poor dear. Magdalena's red eyes softened, and for a moment, Mieke wondered if she could not see a trace of sympathy among her captor's fair face. It lasted only a second, however, before it faded. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm afraid I can't comply with your request. For the moment, that is. I will drain your blood in due course, but I've no desire to do so now. The bandits I encountered earlier made a more than satisfactory meal. I am so glutted I do not think I could drink another drop of blood. Then you mean to draw this farce out longer still? I'll draw it out for as long as I wish, until I'm sufficiently thirsty. There seems little sense in overindulging. I'm sure that your blood would taste sweeter than a bandit's, but that only makes it more imperative that I save you till I truly want you. Though it was Mieke's death Magdalena spoke of, there seemed something sultry, seductive even, in the way she stressed her words. Mieke, who was unused to being wanted, found the blood pooling beneath her cheeks, despite the chill which clung to her. How would it feel when Magdalena brought her lips to her neck? Would it hurt? She supposed she would feel a pricking sensation as Magdalena's teeth sank into her flesh, and then... Now, won't you come with me? You'll catch your death of cold staying inside this dreary cell, and then you'll be of no use to anybody. If I am to enjoy you properly, I would prefer to do so while your body is still warm. What? Mieke looked at Magdalena, her blue eyes uncomprehending. Are you really letting me go? In a manner of speaking, yes. Though I'll only be transporting you from one prison to another. As your hostess, I don't believe that these quarters are wholly appropriate for a long-term stay, especially not for a fair maiden as such as yourself. You will be in my abode for several days, yet I fear until I further need you. Until then, I would like you to live in some measure of comfort. How? Unexpected. I didn't know that you were so gracious. I can be. I've hidden depths, much like the forest that surrounds my humble abode. I do so hate to see you shiver so, and your skin is so pale, poor dear. You and I could almost be sisters. White skin may be fitting for us vampires, but it isn't so for maidens, not even the fairest in all the land. Now please, follow me. I doubt you've any real wish to stay here, languishing unless you mean to make a further martyr of yourself. No, Mieke bit her lower lip. She was loath to accept kindness from Magdalena, but she did raise a fair point. It was cold in her cell, and miserable alongside it. If she remained there overnight, it did not seem impossible that the blood in her veins really might freeze. Miyake had already given up on her own life, but she did not want to die as a stray dog racked with shivers. If that is what you want from me, then I've no reason to refuse. How very biddable you are. The words which come from your mouth might be stubborn, but it seems you've experience when it comes to following orders. Of course I do. I'm a maid, like I said. Ah, yes, so you did. That would explain your civility. Part of me was hoping you might refuse, so that I would be bidden to carry you. But this is fine, too. It spares me the effort. Shall we? She wanted to carry us? Please lead the way. Miyake dropped Magdalena a curtsy this time, taking her dirtied skirts between her fingers, the pads of which had turned pink from the cold. Magdalena smiled at the display. For a prisoner, you're awfully cheeky. Then turned upon her heel after bidding Miyake to follow. Naturally, Miyake obeyed. She could see she had little choice in the matter. Magdalena led Miyake down a twisting hallway packed full of cells identical to the one Miyake and Henny had been imprisoned in. Miyake tried not to peer into these cells as she passed them, but curiosity soon overcame her and she found her head swiveling. She feared, as she stared through the darkness, that she might encounter sights more horrific than she was capable of comprehending. Rusted torture instruments, perhaps, or dead bodies. But it was so very dark in the bowels of Magdalena's home that Miyake could scarcely see anything. Not even the moonlight, which spilled intermittently through the barred windows, could fully illuminate the sprawling prison complex. This, Miyake supposed, tearing her eyes away from one of the cells as she passed it, was probably a good thing. She had witnessed enough horrors for one night. Magdalena eventually brought Miyake to the foot of a staircase, which led up from her subterranean cells. Careful, Magdalena cautioned Miyake before they began their ascent. These steps are steep and slippery, too. If you fall, you may break your neck. Had Miyake been less nervous, she might have laughed to hear her jailer fuss over her so. A broken neck didn't seem like so very cruel a fate when compared to Magdalena's designs upon her. Perhaps it would be quicker to die thus, rather than having her blood drained. At the very least, it would be a swifter demise than freezing in her prison cell. Miyake felt a little in the way of humor, however, and she took the chill banister beneath her right hand and began to climb. She could recognize the irony in Magdalena's warning, though only vaguely. Her mouth felt hewn to a permanent line, as though carved from stone, her brow furrowed. It seemed unlikely she would ever smile again. The chill of the basement faded as Miyake cleared the final steps of the twisting staircase to emerge in a spacious hallway lined with arched windows. The hallway was not so very dissimilar in decor to her parents' home, though it was less ornate, the furnishings worn down by old age. It was apparent that Magdalena's home had once been noble, but it had clearly fallen to rot and ruin, its heyday long since past. The air in the ground floor smelt almost as rank as that in the dungeon, and every conceivable surface was heaped with inches of dust. There was so much dust, in fact, that Miyake could feel it in the air when she inhaled. The dust irritated her eyes and nose and laid heavily, unpleasantly, upon her tongue. Miyake swallowed, hoping to avoid her mouth of the taste of decay, but in vain. The dust was so thick she sneezed, which prompted Magdalena to say, "Bless you." "Thank you?" Miyake replied, abashed, and then, "I thought you did not care for God or his teachings." "I don't, but I presume that you do. I thought you might appreciate it." "She's so thoughtful, guys." "I see. How very thoughtful of you." "I know, for a vampire, I'm unusually sensitive." Mute with fatigue, Miyake continued to follow Magdalena to the end of the hall, wherein a wooden door was inlaid. Magdalena seized the brass handle and twisted it, then pushed it ajar. It stuck for a few moments, as though unwilling to move, but soon shifted, creaking as it did so. When the door swung back, it was to reveal a vast, spacious room with a ceiling so cavernous Miyake had to crane her neck to see it. A large, ornate staircase was set in the center of the room, which rose to the floor above it, the banisters made of wrought iron. This, Miyake supposed, must have been the entrance hall. It had clearly been designed to impress, for its vastness was almost dizzying. Magdalena's home. Could it really be a castle? It was larger even than Mieke's, and vast enough to be unnerving. Trapped within this scene of spoiled luxury, Mieke felt smaller than ever before, a tiny doll rather than a grown woman rattling about in a playhouse. The entrance hall must have been a fine one, or must have been fine once, but it showed clear signs of deterioration. The dust was so profuse it made Mieke's eyes water, and several of the stone steps which led upwards were cracked and chipped. A grand piano could be found in one corner of the room, but its lid was shut, and Mieke doubted it had been played, if it still could be played, in decades. There was a chandelier in the entrance hall, hanging aloft from the high ceiling, but when Mieke craned her neck upward, she could see even in the dark that it was festooned with spider webs. The house might have been a grand once, but it was not so now. It seemed a wonder, really, that it still stood, when clearly it was uncared for. Your servants don't seem to be working very hard. Mieke spoke lightly, her voice swallowed by empty air. Perhaps you ought to see to hiring new staff. My mistress would never permit. Mieke brought her hand to the banister of the grand staircase, then drew it back, wincing. The pads of her thumbs and index fingers were fuzzy with dust. This. Oh? Magdalena, who had already begun to ascend the staircase, turned to look at Mieke and smiled. Are you judging my home, Mieke? I would never presume to be so rude. I just thought it might feel more homey, that's all. If it were less of a pile. Magdalena laughed, then shook her head. You are quite right, of course, to judge. Please judge away to your heart's content. I've never been a fan of this place myself. Its scale is too grandiose, even for my liking. My great-grandfather, it was he who had this place built, had more money than sense, and absolutely no taste to back it up. Mieke is a keyboard brand. It'd be funny if she played the piano. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That is very silly. A house has no need to be this large. But there was land enough for it, and money, too. And when a man has land and money and means, he will often think, well, why not? Practicality matters little to the decisions of great men, and neither, to my unending woe, does aesthetic sense. I can believe that. My own father, my master, rather. Mieke's face flushed at this gaffe, the tips of her ears turning pink. Half filled my own residence with pointless baubles. They were all very expensive, but not particularly cohesive. The parlor looked like a museum once he was through with it. It hardly seemed like a place to sit and relax. I was too afraid to spend any measure of time in there, in case I broke something. Then it seems we have something in common. I found this place dismal even when my family was alive, and we had a legion of maids back then to keep everything spick and span. They kept the dust and the cobwebs at bay, bless their hearts, but they couldn't combat the loneliness. Now, my family is dead and all our maids along with them. I can hardly take on new hires, being what I am, so my home was rather left to go to ruin. I clean what I can, but there's so much house to clean, and only one of me. It's quite the overwhelming challenge. My attempts at cleaning have fallen quite by the wayside during the last half a century. I hope you can forgive my slovenliness. Oh no, it's fine, I understand. You're too kind. Magdalena's red eyes softened as they had back in the dungeon, with something akin to sympathy. But before Mieke could ponder this, her jailer turned. Oh, listen to me prattle on. It is most inconsiderate of me, especially when you must be tired. Let us make haste to your room. Mieke followed behind Magdalena as a puppy might, almost grateful to her for the promise of a room and of a bed. It was as Magdalena said. She really did feel tired. She was more than ready to lie down beneath warm covers, or even lukewarm covers, and sleep. Anything would have been better than the stone floor upon which she had been lying. Miyake yawned, her eyes blossoming with tears anew, while pressing her right hand, fingertips still flecked with dust, instinctively to her mouth. Oh? But half asleep though she was, Miyake's senses were alert enough for her to detect a sudden noise. There came, through the yawning gulf of the entrance hall, a sound not dissimilar to that Miyake had heard in the dungeon. It was a scream. Or was it? Miyake was unsure. This scream was fainter than the one she had detected in the dungeon, and seemed to emit not from the ground under which the cells lay, but above her head. Was there another person concealed in Magdalena's abode? Somebody other than herself? Was it another captive, kept separate from the rest? Was it Henny? Magdalena? Lena, please. Magdalena is quite the mouthful. I'd rather you use a nickname, as you did with your mistress. Miyake wished to contest this. Her relationship with Magdalena wasn't close enough to allow for the use of nicknames, but she felt too tired to engage in an argument. What did it matter, really, how she addressed Magdalena, when soon she would be dead? Lena, then. What was that noise I just heard? What noise? You didn't hear it? Miyake stared at Magdalena, her expression one of patent disbelief. It wasn't very loud, I'll grant you, but it was unmistakable. I swear, it sounded just like a scream. A scream? Magdalena pondered, one hand beneath her chin. Such sounds are not unheard of in my abode, when I am attending to a prisoner. Miyake shivered. But there is nobody here now except me and you. Nobody living, at least. Then, it's not the imprisoned bandit? Certainly not. He will never make a peep again. I made sure of that with my own 2 hands. It would be hard for him to speak with half his throat torn out, you see. Oh! Miyake pressed a hand to her own throat, as if to check its integrity, and as she did so, choked. The air was so thick with dust it was hard to breathe. Now, dear, worry not. It was not your mistress who screamed thus, if that is what you are wondering. I am a woman of my word, and I promise. I let her go. She is quite, well, she's not necessarily all right, but she is away from me, and there is the possibility that she might live to see another dawn. Then who screamed? What was that sound? It must have been your imagination. You have overexerted yourself after this night's events. Anybody would be exhausted in your situation. It didn't feel like a dream, though. No? Magdalena shrugged in a manner which did not seem quite in keeping with her aristocratic bearing. I had something funny to say, then forgot, and a few hours later when I got back home. Zenith, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. What do we play? We're playing Cage of Roses. It's Vampire Yuri. Vampire Fit looking very slate. Thank you. We're playing as a noble lady who got attacked by bandits. My parents, dead. My best friend, potentially the love of my life. She's not dead, potentially. She is wandering the woods. We got captured by a vampire who saved our lives, but then also was going to kill us. But then she said, one of you's gotta be a noble lady, and that's kind of a lot. I don't need people searching for you guys at my castle. So then she said, I'll let the lady go. And then I said, ooh, what if I lie? What if I lie and tell her I'm the maid, and the one that looks like a maid is actually the lady, the noble lady, and we just have this little switcheroo when we travel? And she believed it. Despite our maid being like, no, wait. And now we are living here until she is thirsty enough to enjoy my essence, I guess. That's all you missed so far. I suppose it must have been the wind, then. It is very draughty in here. Is that all? That's all it could have been, unless you mean to suggest that the dead can speak. Magdalena's red eyes bored into Miyake's, so intense Miyake feared they would consume her. Unsettled, Miyake glanced away. No, I wasn't suggesting that. Good. I know it is expected for women to lose their minds at the drop of a hat, but I've grown quite sick of being regarded as the weaker sex. I'm pleased to see you're doing your level, I'm pleased to see you're doing your level best not to let us down. Why, you haven't swooned even once, which is more than most men can say when I bring them here. It's really quite commendable. You might swoon, though, from lack of sleep if we continue to tarry. Let us be off, or we shall never make it to our destination. Miyake nodded, then followed along behind her hostess, Sinu. It's Beauty and the Beast. It's a Beauty and the Beast plot. Yeah, no, it actually... it actually is! I'm kind of embarrassed I didn't pick up on that. It's been a long time since I thought about the Beauty and the Beast. Because I was looking at Magdalena. She's already the Beauty. There's no Beast here. But no, it basically is a very similar premise to Beauty and the Beast. She could no longer hear the scream, but its memory haunted her all the same. That cry she had heard, though briefly, had not sounded like the breeze, regardless of what Magdalena said. Miyake was certain that sound belonged to a person. But why would Magdalena lie about such a thing? It was impossible to say. Right, of course. Here we are, home sweet home. So, Magdalena looked at Miyake, an amused smile playing about her lips. What do you think? Miyake examined the room mutely, her hands folded at her front. The chamber Magdalena had brought her to was dark, lit only by a pair of candles on either side of the bed. Miyake could see, despite the darkness, that it was every bit as derelict as the rest of Magdalena's home. However, and even if she hadn't been able to see it, she would have been able to smell it. The air was fusty, as though it had been left to circulate inside of the room for years upon end, which it most likely had. Every surface, meanwhile, was covered in dust. The sheets upon the bed, though neatly made, were holey with age and with insects, as was the carpet upon the floor. It was a sad room which had been ignorant of human occupation for years, but it was still a superior set of lodgings to those in which Miyake had awoken. At least this room had a bed, a four-poster one no less, like the one at Miyake's home, with a mattress and sheets upon which Miyake could rest her weary limbs. The bedchamber had a wardrobe too, though Miyake possessed nothing to store in it save for tattered clothes upon her back. There was a writing desk upon which lay a basin for washing, and a chamber pot for more delicate business beneath. This pot was, thankfully, far cleaner than the one Miyake had found in the dungeon, so white and spotless she imagined it unused. The desk faced a large window, which was currently obscured by a set of dark blue curtains. Miyake could not see beyond this window, though she doubted she would have been afforded much of a view even if she had drawn the curtains back. It was very late, after all. It was not as cold in this room as it was in the underground cells, but it wasn't warm either. The wind crept through the fine cracks of the aged windows to toy with the reddish-orange flames of the two lit candles. To toy, too, with Miyake's hair and the hem of her dress. She shivered. Do you not have a tongue in your head? Magdalena needled Miyake, who had yet to speak. Don't tell me that you've come over all shy. I brought you to this room solely so that you might sleep. I have no wicked designs on your innocence, regardless of how pretty you are. I only want your blood, not your body. Damn! We'll riz her up, trust. I beg your pardon? Miyake blinked at Magdalena, uncomprehending. What designs are you speaking of? You cannot tell? I'm sure I've no idea. None whatsoever. None at all. I'm wholly ignorant of such affairs. Goodness me. Magdalena rolled her red eyes upwards to the ceiling, which seemed to sag beneath its own weight. I can't tell whether you're being dense on purpose or whether you really are that innocent. Did your mother never teach you what men and women do in chambers such as this? My mother did not, no. She thought such topics beneath her. That was my governess's job, although I don't think I would care to do much of anything in a chamber like this one. It smells like the grave. You're being rather rude about my home, you know. Here I am trying to be a good hostess, and you throw my kindness back in my face. I know you do not like your home much either. You told me. Touché. I did try to pick out one of the pleasanter rooms for you, but there are so very many of them it is difficult to keep abreast of them all. I rarely have visitors over, and when I do, they all get thrown into the dungeon. There seemed little point, therefore, in keeping these rooms spick and span. I hope you can forgive all of the dust and the general disuse. Oh, I've more to take issue with than that. Yes, I suppose you do. You must have quite the bone to pick with me. Maybe I do, but not right now. I'm too tired. Yes, you do look it. Your face is frightfully pale. I think a good night's sleep is what the doctor ordered, provided you are able to rest, that is. That would be nice, but... Mieke let her fingers trail along the brocade covers of the bed, her expression pensive. What did you mean earlier when you said you'd no designs on my innocence? Dear me, I thought that you were joking. But I can see that you're in no fit state for it. I don't tell jokes. I've little to laugh about. And you even less to laugh about now, you poor dear. Magdalena cleared her throat. I meant only to say that I would not do unto you as a man might, regardless of our surroundings. I've no nefarious intentions. Of that you can be assured. Mieke thought of her governess's explanation of sex, and of Walter's expectations come their wedding night, and flushed. If the sudden rush of blood beneath her cheeks enticed Magdalena in any way, she did not show it, though her fingers did twitch in their tight, constricting gloves. I don't understand. I know what men and women do behind closed doors, but how could two women set about something similar? It's not possible. This is... Have you guys seen Madoka Magica? This is giving the scene where one of their classmates is like, comes up, sees them being gay, and runs off screaming, "Girls can't love girls!" And she like even leaves her backpack. She's so overwhelmed with the idea of people being gay. That's Mieke right now. You think so? I know so. My governess explained everything to me in great detail. When one wishes to make a baby, well, two women cannot do that. There would be no sense to it. And do you think people ought to do things only because they make sense? That is quite narrow-minded. But people are often uneducated in such affairs, both in my time and your own. In some ways, the world has changed a great deal, yet in others... Well, never mind. I can see I'm only confusing you. You're so very innocent, it hurts. Perhaps it is to be expected, though. Ladies ought not know of such things. They are born and bred to be ignorant. What? Mieke had not understood the full implications of Magdalena's previous lament, but she understood well enough what she meant by this. Why would you call me that? I already told you I'm not a lady. I am Lady Henrique's faithful servant. Yes, you did say? And that's true. She is the lady, not I. You did labor that point quite intensely, yes, back in the cells. You were so fervent about it, you almost had me fooled. At least you would have. If you weren't such a terrible actress. What? Damn, she knew I was lying the whole time? She left her backpack? That wasn't very smart of her. She was so distraught at the idea of girls being in love with girls. Distraught might not have been the right word. It was giving in denial. It was a very funny scene. And that was our character just a minute ago. Oh, don't what me, it's quite tiresome. Did you think I'd fail to notice all of your fancy turns of phrase? Your vocabulary is that of a well-to-do young madam, not a maid, not even a lady's maid. You wear that sumptuous dress of yours easily. Dirty though it is, your bearing is definitively regal. You could never hope to pass as a common serving girl, not in a month of Sundays. I'm not stupid. Then, Mieke sank down on the bed, which creaked beneath her. As if in warning, her palms were pressed to the mattress to support her weight, which all of a sudden felt excessive, and her heart was pounding like a drum. You knew I was lying from the very beginning? Indeed, I did. It was very obvious. I can tell you have no practice in deceit, Mieke. You're much too sweet for it. But if you knew I was lying, why did you agree to let Henny go? Herr Gerhardt wouldn't lift a finger to aid Henny if she disappeared, but he would surely come looking for me. Her Gerhardt? Is that the name of your fiancé? Yes, it is. And you don't refer to him by his Christian name? That is... Dear me, you mustn't be very close to the man. Why, you make him sound like a stranger. Do you truly wish to marry him? I hadn't any choice. My parents... yes, it was silly of me to ask. This is how it always goes, isn't it? And one of your fiancé, does he know you well enough to try and rescue you? I think he might. Mieke swallowed, tasting dust on her tongue. He's an important businessman. He takes exacting care over his investments, or so I've heard. I imagine it would be the same for me, too. I am Von Essen, after all. There would be a lot of prestige in wedding me. So, that is how he regards you. As a profitable purchase. I cannot say. After all, I hardly know him, and therefore cannot judge how he sees you. Does that sum it up? It is. Not entirely inaccurate, no. What a woeful state of affairs this is. Sounds like you would be wretched whether you were in my home or out of it, particularly if the latter would entail being by this Herr Gerhardt's side. Perhaps I did you a favor by bringing you here. Mieke did not reply to this. She did not want to give Magdalena the satisfaction. Well, never mind all that. Your fiancé can try to look for you if he likes. I do not care. I doubt he would be able to best me. But you said you wished to avoid all that. Did I really? Yes, you did. That's why you proposed letting me go. Oh, yes. Good memory. It would seem that the cold hasn't eaten away at all of your faculties. Not just yet, at least. As for why I changed my mind, well, that needn't concern you. But this is about me. Surely it must concern me. Oh, there was no real reason behind it. It was nothing more than an act of whimsy on my behalf. So she's whimsical? If you truly want to know why I went along with your chicanery, then, let us say I felt touched when you offered to throw your life away for the sake of your maid. Few mistresses would be capable of such compassion. It was truly remarkable. I didn't want your efforts to be in vain, that's all. And you are prepared to put yourself in danger for that? I won't be in any danger. I'm a vampire. I can shatter rib cages with a single touch. Or thereabouts, at least. Now, you really must get some sleep. It will be much better for you than asking all of these silly questions. But I've nothing to change into. What will I sleep in? I considered as much, and took the liberty of stocking these drawers with some of my own clothes before I fetched you. You should find that they fit, more or less, and they're clean, which is more than can be said for the rest of the linens in this place. There are books on the shelves too, which you may read, and I drew up a basin of water for you to wash yourself in upon waking. You could find no better amenities than in any inn. I do hope you have a pleasant night and sweet dreams. Magdalena smiled sardonically, then dropped Mieke another curtsy. Just try not to breathe in through your nose if the smell bothers you. I wouldn't want you to spend the night coughing. A fair lady such as you needs her sleep. Guys, why do I think she already likes us? She said, ooh, this one's cute. This one's cute and has heart. Keeping her. Laughing to herself, Magdalena straightened up, then turned. She departed, her long cloak trailing against the age-spotted carpet, and shut the door behind her. Mieke waited until she heard Magdalena's footsteps fade, then rose once more to her feet. She crossed the room, her legs trembling, and seized the doorknob between her fingers, but it stubbornly refused to budge. The door was locked. Well, of course it is. What did I expect? Defeated, Mieke returned to the bed. Weary from all that had happened, she collapsed upon it, her loose hair strewn in spirals across the sheets. Mieke stared up at the ceiling, which was drenched in darkness, and softly muttered. Muttered? Okay. What am I— oh, wait. The ceiling was not muttered. She softly muttered. What am I going to do now? Miyake's question, of course, fell upon deaf ears. There was nobody to hear her. She was all alone. Miyake tossed and turned uneasily that night, in a bed which smelt of disuse and decay. The bed was more comfortable than the cell in which she had been held, but it was almost as cold, its thin sheets eaten away by old age and insects. At least the dungeon, with its sole wooden cot and its solitary window, was supposed to be inhospitable. This bedroom, meanwhile, was a different matter. It was richly furnished, but all of its decorations had since been ravaged by time's unrepentant advances. The men and women who must have stayed in this room once, more than a century ago, would surely be dead now. In that sense, this room felt akin to a crypt. Did that make the bed a sarcophagus? Miyake a corpse? Magdalena had spared Miyake's life for the present, but Miyake doubted that she would be so fortunate in the future. Magdalena was not, Miyake reminded herself, a human, but a vampire. She meant to suck Miyake of her blood, and when she did, Miyake would lose her life, just as this room's previous inhabitants surely had. Magdalena's home was so decrepit, it seemed unfathomable that life could flourish within its walls. It was not so very different, really, from the Von Essen mausoleum. The air smelt the same. It smelt of death. No matter how Miyake tried, she could not get comfortable. All the while, as she tried to sleep, she heard the wind howling outside, creeping stealthily, like black-cloaked thieves, through the cracks in the glass panes. Miyake's bare toes curled against the mattress. Anxiously, she shuddered. What was to become of her now? We finished the first act, guys! Dust and decay. Oh boy. While Miyake began to drift off into an uneasy slumber, Henny was busy cutting her own way through the dense, sprawling forest. Magdalena had been as good as her word, and she had indeed set Henny free, a concession that Henny hadn't expected from her. Monsters weren't known for their amenability, nor their sincerity. Henny had believed, when Magdalena had dragged her bodily from that cold, hateful prison, that she would be put to death, torn apart just like the bandits in the forest had been. Henny's heart had hammered in her chest with each step through the subterranean cells, and inwardly she had cursed Magdalena's name. Congrats on finishing the first act! Let's go! I think it took us like 3 hours, maybe 2.5. I don't know how many acts this is, so I don't know if that was useful. I am kind of surprised that we're gonna get to follow up with Henny. She had thought of demanding that the vampire let her go, but common sense had told her any act of resistance would be in vain. Magdalena would not listen to her. Why would she? When Henny was but a human woman, and a short, dowdy one of unprepossessing features besides. Henny had been prepared to die for Miyake's sake, but she hadn't wanted to die needlessly while Miyake suffered still. Fear had dogged her, sewn beneath her skin like one of 1,000 needles. But in the end, Magdalena had surprised Henny. She had, after all, led Henny through her large, dust-covered entrance hall and out to the front door. You thought you could escape my yelling? Yes! Welcome and Raging, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I shouldn't have said yes! I shouldn't have said yes! Damn. Anyway, welcome and Raging, how are you? I hope you're doing well. We are playing a visual novel, and I'm risen up a vampire. As per usual. Well, Magdalena had addressed Henny thus, one eyebrow raised as she pushed the door ajar. Are you going to leave like your silly, sentimental mistress wanted you to? Or would you prefer to stand there looking stupid? What? You knew that Miyake is my mistress all this time? Of course I did. Do you take me for a fool? I wasn't born yesterday. Visual novel? I'm surprised. We love reading, and we love vampires, and we love Yuri. So, a quick little recap, Raging. We are a noble lady. We got attacked. We're orphans now. This is our maid. We might have been gay with her. It was unclear. We got captured together by the vampire who saved us. And the vampire said, hey, look, you know too much about me. You have to die. However, one of you, I will let the noble lady go because that's going to bring people looking at my door and I don't want that. And then I said, oh, wait. No, I'm the maid. I lied. And I just found out she knew I was lying. But me wanting to sacrifice my own life to save my maid made her curious. And I think she's in love with me already. She keeps calling me pretty. And that's basically the same thing. Deception isn't very hard to sniff out once one has been alive for as long as I. And your mistress's attempts at subterfuge were laughably poor. Oh, I thought the same myself. Miyake always loses when we play card games. She's awful at them, really, but goodness. If you already knew that Miyake is my mistress and I'm the maid, why are you letting me go and not her? Well, why not? I can do as I please. This is my home, and I am free to decide who I allow to stay here. It is, yes, but enough. It is not your place to question my decisions, human. You must remember to respect your elders and your betters. I have decided to let you go out of the goodness of my heart. I released you from your cell, and now I have even brought you to my front door. But still, you will not go. Do you like it here so very much? Please don't tell me that you have a death wish. That would undermine all your poor mistress's ploys. If you truly loved her, you would not let her noble sacrifice go to waste now, would you? Henny had grit her teeth together as she regarded Magdalena, stung by her words. Magdalena was not so very tall, nor so very imposing, but her supreme self-confidence was unsettling, as was the Latin malice which lurked beneath her pristine smile. Had Henny not seen what Magdalena was capable of in the woods, she would not have known to fear her. Henny had seen what Magdalena could do, however, and it unsettled her. The bandits' screams and their severed limbs would not leave her, daubed against her eyelids just as their blood had been splashed, red and streaky, across the forest floor. Henny had known that she could not fight against Magdalena, but neither could she argue with her. It had been abundantly plain, much as the nose upon Henny's own face, that she would not let her Miyake go. She had already made up her mind. All right then, I'll leave, if that's what you're after. I won't forget you, though, Magdalena. I won't forget what you've done to me, or to Miyake, and I won't forget that you're still holding her captive. I'll come back. I swear it on my ma's life. I won't leave without Miyake. Really now? That is quite the declaration. I suppose I shall look forward to seeing you again then, Lady Henrique. It gets so lonely here, living in this desolate old pile. I do love entertaining guests. I will be sure to save a place for you at my tea table. Ensuring that you're able to make it out of the forest in one piece, of course. It is awfully dark out there, and look at all the fog. I don't much fancy your chances, but what do I know? You might be more durable than you look. Henny had not dignified this teasing retort with an answer. Instead, she had turned, trying to assume as much dignity as she could, which, given her life spent serving the Von Essen family, was more than one might have assumed, and marched off with her head held high. If her shoulders had trembled when she entered the forest, it had not been too apparent. She's fine. Now free from Magdalena's clutches, Henny continued to pick her way through the woods. Henny thought of Magdalena, and of Miyake, and how her poor mistress must have been faring as she trudged onwards. Her thoughts stayed, too, on occasions, to her own safety, and whether she would really be able to emerge from the woods unscathed. But whenever she began to doubt herself, she bit inside her cheek in self-rebuke. It was not, Henny told herself, a case of if she would escape from the woods, but when. Henny knew that if she succumbed either to wild animals or to icy air, Miyake's fate would be sealed. Miyake was relying upon her, which meant she had to keep going. There was nothing else for it but to keep putting one foot after the other, no matter how many times it took. Henny continued to walk, her dark eyes focused on the uneven path ahead. It was very dark in the forest, and the moon did little to light her way. The trees were dense, their foliage vast, and only a few slivers of milky light could penetrate their bower. The wind blew cold and sharp, further teasing Henny's dark hair into disarray. Her dress, which was stained and dirty from the night's excursions, fluttered about her legs. Back then, Henny had thought only of escaping from the bandits. She had squeezed Miyake's hand tightly in her own and had pulled her along as a child might a beloved toy, careless of which direction they had been fleeing. Henny hadn't known where they were going. She hadn't much cared either. She had only wanted to save herself, and her mistress, too. Now, Henny walked at a more regular pace. Her limbs were too weary to run. My God, her legs felt like lead, and she felt the need to preserve her strength. The hours passed by in a blur, unbeknownst to Henny, who had no timepiece as she walked. She did not know where Augsburg was, or if she was even moving in the right direction. She could have been doubling back upon herself for all she knew. It did not seem to matter very much. Henny was no stranger to physical labor, but she had been walking for such a long time, her soles were beginning to blister. Each step induced new, exquisite agonies within her, which made her gasp. Her bones seemed to scrape together, and canker on her ankle burst, filling her shoe with pus. Oh! And a canker on her ankle burst. Okay. That sounds awful. All the while, the cool wind tugged at her hair, nipped at her cheeks, whipped her skirts about her thighs. Henny heard, or thought she could hear, a faint howling in the distance, like that of stalking wolves. Agitation seized her, an agitation so great she could not quell it even by biting the inside of her cheek. Her mouth filled with blood, her tongue tingling with its coppery tang as she hurried on. She moved between the trees, fitfully aware of the howling, which no longer sounded as distant as it once had. It was growing louder and louder, rattling about inside her skull like a stone until... Oh! Henny exclaimed, surprised as she burst through a copse of thickly packed trees and out onto a mud path. She had emerged, at long last, onto a road, one of many which twined through the tall trees of the forest. There, not so far away, she could see the source of the noise, which she had heard. It was not a pack of hungry wolves, after all, but a carriage drawn by two thin, hungry-looking horses. Hardly able to believe her luck, Henny dashed to the carriage, then cried out breathlessly to the coachman seated upon it. "Wait! Oh, please wait! Will you not stop for me? I'm in dire need of help. I need to go to Augsburg immediately, before it's too late. It's very, very important. I swear to God, I swear, good sirs. My poor mistress's life is in danger, and I'm the only one who can save her. If you don't help me, I fear she might die." Okay. So she's fine. This is good. This is good news. Miyake felt disoriented when she awoke the following day, in an unfamiliar bed which smelt of something spoiled. It took Miyake a few moments to become fully cognizant of her surroundings. She had slept little the night prior, and her head ached, her eyes pulsing in their sockets like molten steel. Groggily, Miyake pressed the heel of her palm to her eyes and rubbed them. Then she looked around in earnest, but soon found herself confused. The bedroom Miyake found herself in was so unlike anything she had seen before that she initially wondered whether she was still dreaming. She pinched the inside of her arm in the hopes that the room would shift like water, but it remained immutable. She must have been awake then. The pain made this irrefutable, even if the chill which assailed her did not. Miyake had faint recollection of running through the forest last night. Her parents had both been stabbed in their carriage, or so Henny had told her, but these memories remained a blur. Miyake could not recall her parents' final moments, but she could remember awaking in the dungeons of an unfamiliar abode, governed by an unfamiliar woman. This woman, who had introduced herself as Magdalena, had claimed to be a vampire, and now Mieke was her prisoner. The bedroom Mieke found herself in seemed even more miserable than in the daylight than it had last night, obscured by a veil of darkness. It was more dilapidated than the servants' quarters at Mieke's home, and had most assuredly seen less use. The furniture, though luxurious, was scuffed, the carpet threadbare, the basin upon the bedside table covered in hairline cracks. Dust covered every conceivable surface, and spiders had made their homes in the corners of the room, their gossamer webs outstretched like grasping fingers. The air was so stagnant Mieke felt compelled to open one of the windows, but her attempts were in vain. The windows were locked, and she could find no key to aid her. Perturbed, Mieke slumped down at the desk by the window, then stared through the stained, smeary glass. Magdalena's garden sprawled out before her in a dense, twisted tangle. Perhaps there had been flower beds in this garden once, neatly planted, and an apple orchard, or any number of other arboreal delights, but age had spoiled it all. Mieke was no gardener, but she could deduce at a glance that Magdalena's garden had been unloved for years. Beyond the walls of Magdalena's garden was the forest, all tall, imposing trees not so dissimilar from the proud oak which guarded the Von Essen family mausoleum. The trees emerged from the fog, their boughs raised towards the sky, festooned in darkly verdant leaves. There were so many trees that Mieke couldn't see very far beyond them. Perhaps there wasn't much to see at all out here, other than nature. The rest of the world seemed distant, indeed. Mieke herself might have been a figure from a fairy tale, a languished maiden trapped inside a tower by a wicked witch, unable to escape. The sun hung above the treetops, suspended half-hidden by clouds. Its rays were weak and did little to dispel the cold which pervaded inside Mieke's bedroom. Looking out the window made Mieke feel more trapped than lying in her bed had. At least, in her bed, she could imagine that somebody might come and rescue her. Seeing the dense trees which surrounded Magdalena's gardens made the hopes feel hopelessly naive, however. Who would dare venture all the way into the woods in hopes of finding her? Walter might as well send out a search party, but he would have no idea where to begin searching, and Mieke wasn't certain if she much wanted Walter to find her either. She would languish inside Magdalena's home, wasting away like a flaking paint upon the walls until... Oh! Mieke's dreary thoughts were soon interrupted by the discontented rumblings of her stomach. All of a sudden, she recalled that she had not eaten very much the night prior, or drunk very much, for that matter. Her throat was parched. It seemed almost heartless to experience such base desires after her parents' deaths, but Mieke's body knew little of propriety. All it cared for was its own immediate discomfort. Fortunately, Mieke did not have to search long to find means of alleviating her hunger pangs. Somebody, Magdalena presumably, had left a tray on her bedside table which bore a plate of scones, a teapot, and a saucer. Mieke soon discovered that the teapot was still warm, a few indistinct ribbons of steam unspooling, still, from its spout. She must have just been in here then. Magdalena must have entered her bedroom less than half an hour prior, while Mieke had been asleep, to set her breakfast down. The scones, meanwhile, seemed plain, but they would be nutritious enough. Mieke was surprised that Magdalena kept any food at all in her home, given the curious nature of her diet. As a vampire, did she not sup only upon blood? Where had Magdalena procured these scones? Had she made them herself, for Mieke's sake? The thought of her vampiric host laboring in the kitchen, her sleeves rolled up like those of a common drudge, was an amusing one. It was almost enough to make Mieke smile. Wedged underneath the teapot was a note, which Mieke extricated. She smoothed the note out, then examined it. The note was a perfunctory one, written in an elegant, swooping cursive. It said, quite simply, "Eat up and get your strength back. You'll need it." Nobody had signed the note, but Mieke was sure it was from her mysterious hostess. Mieke wondered whether the note had been intended as a friendly gesture or a threat. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Not Mel playing someone falling for another vampire? What can I say, Raging? It's my calling. I was put on this planet to do this. Maybe she's not the kind of vampire. It could be that they don't need blood for nourishment, but it has an addictive effect. Maybe. That would be interesting. I do love when stories kind of play with vampirism like that. 'Cause I don't know if you've ever read, it's called Karen, or maybe, it's called Karen, but I have also seen it be called Chibi Vampire. But there was this manga that I read in like middle school about a girl who was a vampire. Her entire family was vampires. And her family was vampires in like the normal way, but her thing was she was an odd vampire because instead of drinking blood, her body produced too much blood. So when she bit somebody, instead of sucking their blood out, she gave her blood to them. It's like reverse vampirism. And I thought that was neat. I've never seen anything like that ever in my life. Although Magdalena did say she was gonna wait until she was thirsty again to drink our blood, so she might be more normal. But I do think it would be interesting if she also ate human food. Maybe just for like the vibes or for fun. I know in Good Omens, Aziraphale eats food just for fun. He doesn't need it. It's just fun. He thinks it's great. Miyake was unsure how to feel about it, but she supposed it was nice that Magdalena had gone to the effort to care for her. Tea and scones were better than bread and water. Magdalena might not be so bad after all. There it is. I think my predictions, and I could be completely off base, I think Magdalena fell first, and we're gonna fall harder. I guess it doesn't have to be the first fell first, falls harder thing. Love doesn't work like that for everybody, but it works like that for Miyake and Magdalena. Trust. Vampire equals always bad. Raging. How could you live such a binary, boring life like that? How could you possibly do that? We were talking about this earlier. The first vampire I've ever encountered in media was likely the Count from Sesame Street. And that was a good guy. He taught us how to count. Are you saying the Count from Sesame Street is bad? Raging hates numbers. He hates counting. He's the worst of them all. Raging hates math confirmed. For a bloodthirsty vampire that was, who meant one day to murder her. And you know, what's a little bit of murder between girlfriends, right? Right? I did Miner's writing. Oh. I will say, I don't dislike math. I might have complained about having to do algebra in A Space for the Unbound, but I did actually enjoy that. When I was in elementary school and a little bit in middle school, math was my favorite subject. I did enjoy math a lot. It was no longer my favorite subject in high school, but I had a really bad math teacher in 10th grade. Actually, in 9th and 10th grade, my math teachers are awful. They were just not great people. My 9th grade math teacher would basically brag about how she abused her kids. And my 10th grade math teacher, I think she did her best, but she was also pregnant and about to give birth the semester I had her, and so she had other things going on, and I don't hold that against her. But my geometry teacher, girl, why are you bragging about abusing your child to a room full of 9th graders? Get out of here. Good Omens was written by Terry Pratchett and absolutely no one else. Exactly. Oh my I didn't read anything he said. I got the gist. Okay. So, I don't know if anybody else knows, but apparently Neil Gaiman has tried to claim innocence on his allegations. And it was, girl, I wish he would have just stayed away. Keep that man out of here. He has made it worse, apparently. And I know if my friend Haley, who Good Omens has a very special place in her heart, if she knows about this, I know she's fuming. I know she... I'm gonna... Next time I see her, she's probably gonna be fuming about it. Anyway, let's get back to my bloodthirsty girlfriend. Miyake brought the rim of her teacup to her lips and sipped at the amber liquid within. She had half expected it to taste astringent, of sharp, tangy iron, and of blood. Could you imagine if she just gave us blood for the love of the game? That'd been crazy. But soon she found it was quite inoffensive. Maybe it's a psalm? Miyake took another sip of the tea and then another. Though she had meant to be cautious, what if the tea was laced with something? Her thirst soon got the better of her, and she drank the whole cup in half a minute. Setting the cup back down on the saucer, Miyake then turned her attention upon the scones. Neil Gaiman being a creep hurt worse than J.K. Rowling being weird. Yeah, I will say though, and I don't want to make anyone feel bad for this, because I didn't notice this when I read the Harry Potter books, the first and only time I read them as a child. I didn't notice this, but people have pointed out a lot over the years that even in her books, she was a fucking weirdo. So, to people who were reading Harry Potter much more smartly than I did back in the day, I don't think it came as much as a surprise that she's bigoted. But for Neil Gaiman, at least what I've seen of Good Omens, it is shocking because he didn't write it into his works, at least the works I'm familiar with. For some reason, I thought I heard someone say Cosmere, and it was like, when did we start talking about Brandon Sanderson? Virgin, I think it's so funny when you talk about Brandon Sandersons all the time. My friend that I edit for, her now husband is really into Brandon Sanderson's books, and sometimes it'll just like come up in her streams that I'm editing, and I'm like, hey, I have a friend that talks about this too sometimes. I just think that's very funny that I have all these people in my life talking about this man, and I've never read any of this man's books. But trust, a lot of my friends keep talking about that man. I've only read Mistborn and just started Stormlight Archive. I hope you enjoy it. I know nothing about the Stormlight Archive, but you should read Mistborn. It's so good. Is it? All I know about Mistborn is the Minecraft mods that let you eat metal. I do want to read more. I've got a lot of books on my bookshelf that I haven't read yet. But I have been enjoying this past year, like, making more of an effort to read. So maybe I'll pick those up. I made a Cosmere reference earlier in the stream. You did? Damn. I really have to read more. I have to read so much more. Mistborn Era 1 is one of my absolute favorite trilogies. Nice. Nice, that's good. I enjoyed Era 2 still. How many arrows are there? Mistborn Era 1 is so good. I'm glad that it's good. Setting the cup back down on the saucer, Miyake then turned her attention upon the scones. She ate delicately, taking care not to drop any crumbs upon her lap, or the floor. Though why did it matter, really, when the carpet beneath her was so worn? She's just being polite. 2 published eras, 4 total. He's still writing? Sorry, I shouldn't be surprised. For some reason, I don't know why I'm like this, but I think it stems from the same part of me that just assumes celebrities are dead for no good reason. I just kind of assumed the Mistborn books were old. I don't know why I thought that. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, they're old books. They gotta be finished. They gotta be done. Stormlight Archive is probably my favorite series. Way of the Kings is a slow burn. Words of Radiance is when it gets really good. When you say slow burn, do you mean in the romantic sense or in the, you don't mean in the romantic sense. You mean it's a slow start. You gotta really stick with it, is probably what you mean. Every time I hear someone say, hey, this thing is a slow burn, it is almost always in the romantic sense. They even say that about the Apothecary Diaries, which the romance isn't even like a main part of the plot. And that's still how it gets talked about. Brandon Sanderson is insane. Apparently he basically shadow drops entire books. And you know what? I love that for him. I think if I was an established author, I would probably do the same thing. Because, like, as soon as I finish something, I want it out in the world. I want it out in the world immediately. It's a slow start. You have to stick with it. Okay. Kind of been enjoying Way of Kings so far. I don't think it's a bad slow burn. I think slow burn can be fun. So, I've been very slowly reading through Frankenstein the past couple of months, and I feel like Frankenstein is definitely a slow burn, but maybe it's just because I'm enjoying reading and it's intellectually stimulating in the way that, like, the words that are used are words I'm not used to reading a lot, and just like the prose is different than what I'm used to reading. I've not read a lot of things that read the way Frankenstein does. I don't think I've read a lot of things written in the 1700s. And it definitely shows. And I feel like I have to use more of my brain power to read it and make sure I'm understanding it. And that in of itself has been fun. So I've been enjoying I had enjoyed the slow burn of like reading about this man learn science and do fuck all. How long can asparagus last in the fridge? Raging, I'm gonna be so real. I feel like with asparagus, if it starts to get mushy, it might be if it's mushy and like leaking liquids without you having to juice it, and it's just kind of like gross looking and a lot less green, it might be time to go. It might be time to go. I think with a lot of vegetables and stuff, you can just kind of eyeball. When it looks weird, just get rid of it. I think I think my criteria for vegetables looking weird, though, is a little bit lower than some people's. Because there will be things that my grandma thinks are still, like, good to keep and eat. And I'm like, I don't know. It's a little mushy. The texture's all wrong. We cannot be doing this. You're not Google. But I'm saving you time. I'm saving you time. If it looks weird, it's probably gone. A few crumbs would hardly spoil this bedroom more than time already had. In fact, they might serve to make the room more homey. But then again, perhaps not. It would have been a tall order to breathe even a modicum of life into this room. Mieke doubted even Dr. Frankenstein Damn! I was just talking about that man! Mieke doubted even Dr. Frankenstein himself could have managed such a feat, despite the cadavers he had stitched together and raised from the dead. Mieke was so cold, even with the tea on her tongue, she was starting to feel distinctly cadaverous herself. She finished her breakfast, then looked around her room once more, unsettled. Surely she could not stay there, motionless, waiting for Magdalene to stop by and slaughter her. There had to be something she could do to escape her predicament. Mieke rose to her feet, buoyed by the sudden nervous energy, and padded barefoot over to the door. She grasped the door handle and tried to turn it, but in vain. You have switched to Super Smash Bros? Real. That is a very fun, enjoyable time. There was a period of time in college where a lot of my friend group we just wanted to play Smash Bros every Saturday. We would go hang out at Roy's house, the same Roy on stream, and then play Smash Bros. And half of the group knew how to play, and the other half did not, and they never did learn. The skill gap was kind of all over the place. The door was locked, and it stubbornly refused to shift. Mieke had expected as much, and wasn't particularly surprised. Slipping out through the door would have been too easy. Next, Mieke turned to the window, but her hopes for escaping via the window had already been dashed. Mieke knew already the window was locked, and, even if she had been able to open it, it was too high up for her to escape from. Mieke stood by the desk and peered, eyes narrowed, through the dirty glass. Magdalena's garden seemed a very long way down, blanketed though it was by the fog. Miyake didn't much fancy the thought of smashing the glass, and she fancied even less the thought of jumping to her almost inevitable doom. Even if she didn't break her spine, it seemed likely she would break an arm, or a leg, or both. It did not seem like escape was an option, though she had, of course, known that already. Magdalena would not have been that careless. Miyake sighed, defeated, and took a seat once more upon the bed. It groaned beneath her, as though in pain, sounding rather like it wanted to be put out of its misery. Miyake could hardly blame it, given how very old it must have been. She felt distinctly miserable herself, though there was one silver lining, she supposed, to her captivity. At least Henny was alright. Miyake hoped she was alright, at least. If she was not, then... But Miyake would not allow herself to finish this thought. Henny had to be alright. She simply had to. And she is! You bullied Roy in Smash Bros. Too? I'm honored that you heard me tell that story and assumed that I was somebody that was good at Smash Bros. Yes, I did. I absolutely did. Actually, Roy and I think, are equally good at Smash Bros, so it was a little bit of... I wouldn't say bullied. To be honest, to be completely honest, my dickhead of an ex was the only one that was, like, actually good at Smash Bros that would come play with us. And so it was more like he bullied everybody else other than my friend Libby, who was also decent. Roy and I were getting bullied together for once. Smash Bros was just a good time, no need to actually be skilled. And that's so true! It is such a good time. I genuinely do enjoy playing it with my friends. I haven't played it in a while, but it is enjoyable. I do have it on my 3DS, and I played it by myself, and I said, damn, this just is not fun by myself. This is a party game, at least the way I enjoy it. I know people get really competitive with it, though. So you bullied him by giving him such a boring time? This is untrue. This is untrue. I will not stand by those allegations. If anything, I bullied him by bringing around a fuck-ass man that he did not like. It's okay. It's okay. Otherwise, Miyake's sacrifice would have been for nothing. Yeah, no, Henny's fine. Henny is fine. Feeling the need now to distract herself, Miyake rose, then shed the nightgown Magdalena had given her. She changed not into her old, dirty dress from the day prior, but into one of the new, clean gowns Magdalena had left in her chest of drawers, all neatly pressed frills, which smelt only faintly of mold. Now newly outfitted, Miyake paced the room, wondering what she could do. Ooh! That's so cute! Look at us! Welcome in, I'm assuming this is Toby. It's usually Toby on the Alahobia account. Welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well. We're playing a visual novel, and we're being held captive by a really beautiful vampire right now, and she will be my girlfriend. Yes, it's Toby. Hi, Toby! While living with her parents, Miyake's mother had often instructed her to work on her embroidery hoop. Lady Von Essen had thought sewing a suitable pastime for a young woman, that or playing the piano. Miyake's mother had always thought music too passionate to be appropriate, however, and in any case, Miyake had never been very good at the piano. Drip acquired? The best drip. Best way to start a relationship, isn't it? What's a little Stockholm syndrome between partners? She had never been very good at embroidery either. That's okay. I don't really know how to embroider either. Miyake had sewn cornflowers and magpies until her fingers had threatened to fall off, until she had become so thoroughly sick of these twee repetitive patterns that she had felt like hurling her hateful embroidery hoop clean through the window. Miyake considered herself fortunate indeed that Magdalena hadn't left an embroidery hoop upon her breakfast tray for her. Magdalena might have been a vampire, but at least she wasn't that cruel. Miyake had stitched enough hateful curlicues to last a lifetime. Though there was no hoop, and thank goodness for that, there were books. The shelves in Miyake's new bedroom were full of them, old and dusty, with worn spines and crinkled pages, but quite readable. Miyake pursued their spines with the wide, curious eyes of a child, her unfamiliar gown brushing against the unfamiliar floor. Magdalena had told her last night that she might help herself to any of the books upon her shelves, but there were so many of them, it was hard to know where to start. As there was nothing else for her to do save sit and worry, Miyake decided her time would be better occupied with reading. She reached out for a promising book among Magdalena's collection, The Monk by Lewis. Just Lewis, okay. She settled herself down upon her bed among the thin covers, then opened the yellowing pages of the old tome. The pages within the leather-bound book crackled like autumn leaves, and Miyake had to handle it carefully, lest she tore them. All the wonderful words were still there, however, unblemished by the passing years. Miyake shifted, attempting to get comfortable as she could in so unfamiliar an environment, then began to read. Miyake spent the rest of the day abed, poring through the pages of Lewis's The Monk. It was a very gripping story full of lust, murder, and intrigue, featuring a monk so debauched he took Miyake's mind off her immediate concerns. Miyake tore through the text, both delighted and disturbed by the twists and turns, though the scenes near the end, which occurred in a dingy dungeon, reminded Miyake a touch too much of her plight to be fully immersive. Miyake skimmed these pages, which detailed the virginal Agnes's suffering, and soon reached the conclusion wherein the wicked monk Ambrosio was tortured for his crimes. Matthew Lewis, if you're curious. I was curious. Thank you, Nico. I am unfamiliar with this book. As Miyake read, the sun began to sink outside. Shadows stretched along her bedroom floor, bidding her to light the candle which rested upon her bedside table. The Monk was actually about a Dark Urge playthrough as a monk. Oh, okay. Deadass, actually? Sure. I should do that. I should boot up Baldur's Gate 3 and play another playthrough. Play another Dirge playthrough. I did enjoy playing as a monk, though. That was really fun. That was actually very fun. Sounds like it anyway. Didn't it? Miyake really said, damn, this monk, kinda wildin'. Kind of doing all these crazy freaky things. Just like the Dark Urge does. As Miyake read, the sun began to sink outside. Shadows stretched along her bedroom floor, bidding her to light the candle, which rested upon her bedside table. This light was feeble, but it was enough to read by. Oh, she's still going! Miyake continued to scan the pages of the text, holding the book close to her nose, so as to devour it, so enraptured by Ambrosio's suffering, she did not hear the sound of a key turning her bedroom door. You should inject Baldur's Gate 3 into your veins. You know, it has been a while since I have directly injected Baldur's Gate 3 into my veins. I kind of miss it. She did hear the sound of the door creaking open, however, a low, guttural sound which split the silence like a moan. Miyake raised her head, disoriented once more to find herself in Magdalena's home, in the dingy bedroom which Magdalena had prepared for her. Her hostess stood in the doorway, shockingly fair and white in the gloaming, returned, perhaps, to make good on her initial promises. Did she mean to kill Miyake at last? Miyake had but a scant 10 pages left to read of Ambrosio's ill-fated adventures, yet she feared she would not see how his life would end. She's really out here like, damn, but I need the book. I need to finish the book. Don't kill me yet. It's about a monk who got tempted by a baddie and ended up with severe Catholic guilt. The J-Train version sounds better. Oh, interesting. That's so sad. Not the Catholic guilt. Religious guilt really is something. It really is something. Makes really interesting stories, though, I will say. I think, so one of my favorite mangas, it's, The Heart of Thomas is definitely a little bit about religious guilt as well. But it's like religious guilt in the context of being an abuse victim. And, it's like that. A little bit different than the monk. But it's so crazy how how fucked up religion gets, that it like makes people have like the severe guilt over the like wildest things or most inconsequential things. Even being tempted by a baddie. Like, girl, we've all been there. I do think it's funny that Mieke's like, please let me finish this book. Her own existence would come to a close before that of the vile monk. How vile could he really be? Her description of it and Nico's description of it give me two different vibes. Mieke supposed she could slip past Magdalena, then make a hasty retreat, but no, she had dawdled for too long. Magdalena had already locked the door behind her, and now surveyed Mieke with a detached sort of amusement. Good evening to you. It feels like it's been a while since I last saw you. Did you enjoy the breakfast I brought for you? Oh, yes, thank you for your kindness. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. You'd believe that I would let you starve? Magdalena tittered, her red eyes sharp and knowing. Please, I'm not that cruel. I have even brought more food for you. Look, it has been a while since breakfast, and I thought you might be hungry. Now that Magdalena mentioned it, Mieke could see in her hand she held another tray, much like the one she had brought earlier. This tray was laden with another teapot, and a teacup, and a plate upon which sat a meat pie, still steaming with some vegetables. The food smelt surprisingly delicious in the derelict air of Mieke's bedroom, and Mieke was almost embarrassed at how hungry she was. Why, she was almost salivating. Magdalena looped over to Mieke, the tray in hand, then inclined her head to the bedside table. Would you mind moving that? I can't set the tray down otherwise. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Mieke moved her breakfast tray onto her lap, to which Magdalena curtsied, playing once more at being a maid. Much obliged, young madam. I'll take that away soon, but first. Magdalena unburdened herself of the dinner tray and observed Mieke, one hand resting upon her hip. Are you all right? That seems an odd sort of question, don't you think? Do you believe anybody would be all right here? Were they in my shoes? I hope you aren't wearing any shoes. Not in bed. They were filthy when you arrived here, and quite caked in dirt. I didn't mean it literally. The monk does get involved in murder and a deal with the devil, so maybe she got to that part. Oh! Oh! Well, yeah, I would hope he feels guilty if he's killing people and I guess making deals with the devil. That historically doesn't go That historically doesn't go well. Rest in peace to the monk, I guess. I know, I was just teasing. I wish you wouldn't. Why? Are you afraid you might grow to appreciate our little spats? Isn't it the point? Hardly. I fail to see the need to converse with my captor, that's all. Oh, how fiery you are. I'd almost forgotten. You look so very wan, you know, and weary, too. The bags beneath your eyes are terrifying. They're almost black. Did you not get much sleep last night? I tried. I failed. I take it you had a lot on your mind. Yes, indeed. Not that this should come as a surprise. Were you thinking about your own fate? That, and the fate of my parents. Henny, too. You're still fussing about that silly maid of yours. I've no idea why you care so much. It's most unusual. None of the ladies I knew growing up were half so besotted with their servants. They treated them more like livestock than people. Henny was more than a maid to me. She's... your friend. Yes, you said. How touching. Now, why don't you eat something? You must be hungry. I am, yes, but where did this food come from? You would have no need of it, surely. Oh, I have my ways. Magdalena smiled knowingly. There are merchants who sometimes travel through these woods, and quite fortuitously, I happened to pass one by when I went for a walk in the early hours of this morning. This food I procured from them. You did not buy it? I did not need to. I can be very persuasive when I wish to be. It's one of the many perks of being a member of the noble undead. What? Do not tell me that you... slaughtered him? Oh no. I don't kill indiscriminately. I'm not a brute, no matter what you might think of me. And my hunger has already been satiated for the present, by last night's feast. I used nothing so nefarious as my powers of flattery. It is not so hard, you know, to bend men to your will. Not when you smile at them, and you remember to bat your eyelashes. I had him prepare enough food to keep you going for a few days, in a knapsack, plus some eggs and flour, the basic amenities, then bade him a fond farewell. He shall recall our meeting as little more than a dream. Does that satiate your curiosity? For the moment, I suppose. She's such a little gaslight girl boss. Gatekeep. This must have been a playthrough where the Dark Urge made a deal with Raphael. Must have been. Must have been. We did do the... Actually? I don't know. Did we do the deal with Raphael on my honor mode run? I know we did. No, we did, because I was scared. I was scared to fight Raphael, and I'll be damned if I side with the Emperor. I am not siding with the Emperor. So we did do the deal. Yes, we did. Anything for Lae'zel. Anything for Lae'zel, and to make sure I didn't lose honor mode. House of Hope was a no-go. Yeah, House of Hope is scary. I was falsely remembering doing the deal and then going to House of Hope anyway, but that was not my playthrough. That was my friend Brennan's playthrough. Because you can make the deal, go to the House of Hope, and nullify your deal, basically. Which is kind of funny. I do love that even if you make... Sorry, Toby! Sorry! I forgot. But it's so out of context. It's so out of context. So out of context, so this is fine. I do think it's funny, though, that the game prompts you to go there anyway, regardless of what you do. And I think that's so fun, because it's such a great place to go. It's okay. Toby, I'm, like, so for real. If you get back into Baldur's Gate and you finish it, please, please let me know how you liked it. I would love to yap Baldur's Gate with you. Alright, let's get back to our girls. Good. You have such a lot of questions, Mieke. Not that I mind them. It's nice to meet a woman so inquisitive. Now, do eat up. I am sure that your dear Henny would not want you starving yourself. Mieke did not much like the thought of eating in front of Magdalena, but she supposed her captor had a point. It was foolish to go without sustenance, especially when it smelt so tantalizing. Mieke set her dinner tray upon her lap, then began to eat. She dug into the meat pie with her knife and fork, which were darkly tarnished. Mieke feared that the cutlery would somehow contaminate her food, but she was too hungry to fret overly long about this possibility. Can tarnished silverware taint your food? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I guess. Wait, no. I don't know. I guess it would depend on if it had been washed at all, period. Mieke popped a piece of meat pie into her mouth and chewed, and as she did, Magdalena watched. Magdalena's red eyes were wide, as though she was observing something very interesting. An exotic animal in a cage, perhaps, or a reaction between two volatile chemicals. Mieke did not think the act of her eating was so very special, but it must have been different to Magdalena. As a vampire, Magdalena had no need to partake in meat pies or vegetables. Was that why the simple act of Mieke eating enticed her so? As Mieke ate, horribly self-conscious of Magdalena's stare, what if she were to drop any food on her front? The vampire began to talk. It's been a long time since I was able to observe one of your kind going about your day-to-day life. On the rare occasion I am able to witness you, you are always in pain, screaming and crying and begging for your lives. That is rather entertaining in its own right, but sometimes I forget you are more than just prey. You have thoughts of your own when they aren't being disturbed by physical discomfort. You eat food, and you read books, and you have friends, dreams too. It's hard to believe it now, but once, I wasn't always so different to you. That was a very, very long time ago, though. Miyake detected, while sipping her tea, a note of longing in Magdalena's voice. Her hostess' expression was inscrutable, but her ruby-red eyes were soft, the pale lashes that framed them trembling, as though from the force of her own emotions. Got it off to bed. Good night, dear. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. We're probably gonna wrap up here in a few minutes, so you will not be missing much. But good night. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Had Miyake not been afraid of Magdalena, she might have sympathized with her. For a few brief moments, Magdalena appeared, for all the years she had lived and all of the hurt she had caused, to be a young girl, younger even than Miyake herself. Not for the first time, Miyake wondered how old Magdalena had been when she had been turned. Her face was so smooth, so devoid of blemishes. She could not have yet been in her 20s. She would have been 18 or 19, if that. It seemed a woefully young age to be consigned to an undying, eternal life of blood-sucking, which reminded Miyake, "Aren't you going to bite me yet? You said that you would." "Oh?" Magdalena blinked, and when she did, the sentimentality which had once pooled in her irises dispersed. Newly amused, the young woman smiled and said, "You said that yesterday, too, after I brought you to this chamber. Are you that desperate for me to drain your blood?" "No, I'm not. Of course, I don't want you to drain my blood. I'd really rather you didn't. But if you're to do it anyway, I fail to see why you should drag things out for so long. Unless you want to make me squirm?" Making you squirm does not sound like too awful a proposition, really. "You are quite charming when you're sitting, even when you're eating. Few women can pull that off, you know, but you manage it. You eat with such small, considered bites, like a fairy. I imagine you would be lovelier still when squirming, particularly if your face is as red as it is now. She's flirting with us. She has to be. Or now, even." Magdalena leant in, grinning wickedly, her sharpened scissors on prominent display, and curled her fingers beneath Miyake's chin. Right, oh, I forgot I had to click. Their faces were now scant centimeters apart, their noses almost brushing. Miyake was suddenly abashedly aware of her breath, which must have smelt of meat and pastry. Self-conscious, her face burned redder still, like a furnace, as though to entice Magdalena. Her heart hammered so very hard, she could feel it at the base of her throat, inside her skull. Could Magdalena hear it too? Oh yeah, she can. She absolutely can. Why did she feel so unnerved? If she had been only afraid, that would have been understandable, but the sensation which curled in the pit of Miyake's stomach seemed comprised of more than that. "Yuri, Castlevania, let's go! My favorite kind of Castlevania!" Her brow began to sweat, as did her palms. Tremulous as a leaf, she found she could not meet Magdalena's gaze. "Yes, you are lovely." Magdalena spoke, her voice appraising, as she tipped Miyake's head back, her eyes roving not over Miyake's face, but the slender column of her neck and the delicate blue veins which crisscrossed it. "I would have no compunctions about sinking my teeth into that throat of yours. Your skin is so very warm. It is as though you were trying to entice me. You look utterly delectable. But I will abstain for now. You are so very lovely, it would seem like a waste, almost, to drain you right now. I would prefer to savor your demise like a fine wine. There is a little sense in being overly hasty. And, in any event, I'm not that desperate. I can abstain. I must." A muscle tightened in Magdalena's jaw, and her eyes grew hard, just like two stones. "I have managed for long enough as it is. I would not wish to have all my efforts undone. Managed for long enough as it is? All of your efforts? What are we talking about? Is she falling in love? What? Miyake blinked at Magdalena, her eyes uncomprehending. Will you not drink my blood, then? No, I won't. Not tonight. You may rest easy one night more, dear Miyake. Your death is still a ways off. How far exactly? That depends. Upon? Oh, I don't know. My own mood, and the movements of the moon, and how long you continue to entertain me, I suppose. I quite like the idea, you see, of having another woman in this castle I can speak to. Perhaps you can tell me about the books you've been reading. When next we meet, I would love to hear your opinions. Though, of course, there isn't a single book in this castle I've not read at least thrice over myself. There isn't much to do, really, when one has been dead for as long as I have. So saying, Magdalena retrieved the tray from the floor, laden with Miyake's breakfast things, then straightened. She cast one last, almost longing look at Miyake, who shuddered beneath it, her cheeks blushing anew like the skin of an apple. She's in love with us already. Before, with what might have been a sign or a sob, Magdalena turned. She unlocked the door with one hand, the keys dull and matte in the candlelight, then exited, taking the tray with her. Damn. I'm gonna save it here. Wait, I don't know if I can. There we go. I think that's a great place to leave off. Also, I love that Magdalena's in love with us already, potentially. This is very fun. I say started this year. I'm not even talking about this year. Several months ago, I said I need to consume more Yuri. Not consume. Consume's not really the right word. I need to experience more Yuri. And this has been fun. Congrats for making the hot vampire fall in love with you. It was so easy. I just had to show up and be kind. Have a heart. Love it. I really like this game so far. I'm very curious to see how this little love story plays out. I think this is okay, this is not the first time I've played a visual novel with a set character. That was an absolute lie. I think I've just gotten used to dating sims where you get to make a character. But it's been kind of fun to get back into the, like, true visual novel vibe of it all. Anyway. Let us see. Do you guys want to go see Amanda? I think we will go see Amanda. She's playing Disco Elysium, which I've never played it, but it seems cool. And it also seems like something a lot of you guys would enjoy if you haven't already, like, played it or seen it. Oh, I guess if we're gonna rate in, and this is a little bit different from what we were playing, Disco Elysium does have a lot of triggering topics. She's got it pinned in her chat, but I will just go ahead and tell you that substance abuse, gore, body horror, depression, suicidal ideation, discussions of sexual assault, racism, homophobia, and misogyny. So if that is uncomfy for you, you might not want to stick around for the raid, but I am gonna send you guys to Amanda. But anyway, thank you guys so much for coming on the Vampire Yuri journey with me. I hope you guys are having fun with it. I know visual novels are more of a just sit back and enjoy the vibes kind of thing. I will see you guys on Saturday with some Minecraft. It's just going to be me and Moya on Saturday, and whoever else wants to get on the Brainrot SMP. Roy will be away. So we're going to be resource gathering, because I've not actually logged on to the server since we last streamed it, doing the dragon fight. So I have I don't really have anything. So we need to go resource gathering with Moya, who also doesn't really have anything because they're just getting started. So I will see you guys Saturday for some Minecraft. I've missed streaming Minecraft so much ever since I started doing more of the like structured streaming on. Sorry, I was typing in the raid. Streaming on YouTube and like doing certain types of games on certain days. I've left no room in my schedule for Minecraft. So I am excited to be doing it more. Always fun hanging out and talking about silly goofy stuff with you, Mel. I'm so glad that you think so. I always have a great time streaming and yapping with you guys. But that is it from me. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening and enjoy watching some Disco Elysium with Amanda. And I will see you guys next time. Good night!